Tuesday, January the 19th, 2021 to order. This time we will have our invocation by Supervisor Mike Carter and the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Ronald Mitchell. We all stand, please.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gifts you bestow upon us every day. We ask for your divine guidance and wisdom today as we make decisions that affect so many people in our county. We ask that you place your hand on the sick and infirm today, and in his name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Hey, sorry,
Have a
I'm just
seat.
gonna stay back here. Wasn't my fault. I'm sorry, I said,
Yeah, there you go.
Listen, I didn't realize.
Oh, Lord.
I looked over there and didn't see him. I said,
Started doing the pledge, I see. All right, I'll ask for approval of the agenda from our last meeting. Is there any additions or amendments? Deletions from the agenda at this time? All right, if there are no changes to the agenda, then it's approved as it was presented. Mr. Mitchell is, no, is your, is Ms. Witcher here?
No, I don't see Ms. Witcher, but I'll go ahead and, at this time,
You want to do the other one first, and then we'll
which way you want?
do that, and then see if maybe she's out there or something. Phyllis Dunning, Diamond Avenue. Ms. Dunning, if you'll come forward and state your name, please, and your address for us for the record.
Phyllis Dunnings, 965 Diamond Avenue, Rocky Mount.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Good afternoon to the board. For those that don't know me, I'm back again. I've been here several times before. My problem is the railroad track. We need another way out. In October, the train had the track blocked for at least 30 minutes or more. December the 19th, the train had the track blocked for over an hour or more. I called the police number, which is, the railroad has a police number. Well, the lady couldn't help me, but anyway. Someone dialed 911 from the other side of the tracks. I was on this side. They dialed 911, where the police came. They told them that the conductor had gotten off to get him something to eat. I said, that's not right. He should have his lunch on that train with him if he's driving it and not be blocking the track. I mean, I don't know if you've all ever seen it. The train pulls at least 100 cars a day through there, so therefore it's blocking more than one entrance. It'll block Diamond and 40 West at the same time. And that day, can you imagine the people that were sitting, waiting to get across? So, I have spoken with my supervisor, and I've rode my supervisor through the area. We've gotten permission from several families to give up right-of-ways. We just need one more. Now, I got all that done. I think y'all could do the last person. And it's a Dillon family that lives on Peters Creek at the end of Peters Street, which is off of Lenore and Edgemont in town. I mean, something's got to be done. You let them build a 44-unit senior citizen complex They in wheelchairs, oxygen and everything else. What if that train was sitting there that day and something happened on the other side and emergency people couldn't get to them? I have a 97-year-old aunt. We have a lady 100 years old. I mean, we have them in the 80s and 90s, and they're invalids. What are we to do? But I'm here to tell you, if something happens to my aunt and I need emergency and can't get it, y'all go from there. Y'all take
Thank
it
you,
from
ma'am.
there.
Thank you. Mr. Whitlow, will you give us a little briefing on where we stand with the study that was done on that crossing a couple, 3 years ago?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the Diamond Avenue and Diamond Avenue extension, of course, this matter, as Ms. Dunnings had noted, has been addressed several occasions over the last 15 or so years. Initially, there was a issue with flooding along below the railroad there, and in the mid-2000s, the county worked with VDOT to make sure that a flooding drainage improvement project was completed, and that certainly seems to have eliminated the flooding matter. In regards to the train that Ms. Dunnings referred to and so forth, there is a portion of the county code, of course, that specifically addresses trains and whether trains, in a period of time that a train can block a specific crossing. And so it's really not supposed to be more than 5 minutes. Otherwise, those trains need to be broke. Of course, Ms. Dunnings referred to calling the Norfolk Southern Police, and of course, there is a number that our Public Safety Department works when that occurs, when and if that occurs in the county. I'm not aware of the matter that Ms. Dunning spoke of earlier back in October or December. Certainly our team, Ms. Dunning's members of the board, we will certainly follow up on that to make sure that we reach out to Norfolk Southern to investigate that, to actually see that matter, because that certainly would be an immediate concern. In regards to the long-term solution or possibility of looking at Diamond Extension as a possible alternative route that's been studied through the years. A few years ago, as late as 2016, 3 various areas were identified to possibly provide public access, if you will, as a secondary route along Diamond, one along Sycamore, Lily's Leisure, up to Sycamore, and then I think Peter Street, Ms. Dunnings mentioned, possibly a property owner. Of course, there are 2 areas, I guess, or impediments, if you will, that will have to be worked out. One certainly is securing the right-of-way to allow, if there were VDOT to prepare a connector road in that area. If that right-of-way is secured, then the second, of course, obviously, is the project and the project cost in terms of VDOT dollars. VDOT would have to fund that project. Not necessarily aware of the amount. I would imagine a significant amount of dollars in terms of the VDOT constrained secondary 6-year program. As we all know, the VDOT secondary 6-year program statewide in Virginia is highly constrained in terms of budgetary dollars. That being said, we had shared previously a few years ago what other property owners typically do in that situation, and it was recommended VDOT's revenue sharing program, whereby 50% of the cost of an improvement project is funded by the Commonwealth of Virginia. The other 50%, as in the county, and we've had several other roads and so forth in the county, the balance of the dollars is put up by the property owners, as you all are familiar with our revenue sharing program. And so that is an opportunity for the residents in that area. But before a project, I guess, could be scoped or spec'd by VDOT, certainly the right-of-way issue would need to be addressed. VDOT, of course, would require all the right-of-way to be secured prior to that moving forward in terms of studying what that possibility could be. Staff, as I said, certainly will reach out to Norfolk Southern. We can reach out to VDOT again and bring back a report or share information to the board, and certainly Ms. Dunnings as well, and any of the residents in that area. Be glad to answer any questions or any further follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlow. If you would, just reach out to VDOT and to the railroad in relation to those questions and see where we stand with everything at that point.
Mr. Chairman,
He was first, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I just have a quick question and a comment. Mr. Whitlow, under the proposal Route B, if I read this correctly, there's already been an emergency access easement established there, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Carter. When Lily's Leisure, which is the development there of some senior housing along Diamond Avenue Extension, was developed, the county worked to require that development to provide a 20-foot emergency access easement. And so our public safety department, fire EMS, is fully aware of that emergency access easement. And as the case with many areas in the county in terms of limited access into various areas, our public safety department has pre-planned emergency access should a citizen be in a time of need to get emergency medical services or fire services into that area to utilize that 20-foot emergency access easement.
And it is open and usable at this point?
I'm not sure today, but the last time I was by the property, that easement is an open easement, open property access.
Well,
It's
I
access, but there's no road there.
spent a lot of time on this, and my predecessor certainly couldn't solve this problem. I don't know that I can solve it, but this sounds like a good resolution to the problem, and I would like to task county staff with looking at that, or public safety, and let's get that up to speed and make sure it is open and viable so that we're not caught in an emergency situation. That's one thing we can do right now, I think, that would solve a dire situation.
Sure.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, I got a couple questions. So the easement you're talking to, is it on the back side of Lily's Leisure? So you would have to access through Lily's out the back, and that takes you to Peter Street?
Up to more Sycamore.
Takes you to Sycamore Street. Yeah, I know exactly where you're, I'm familiar with the property. You can see the end of Sycamore Street from that easement. It
Correct.
shouldn't be that big of a deal. Second, you said there's an ordinance that they can't block more than 5 minutes?
Yes.
How do we change the ordinance where they can't block at all?
At all.
I agree with Ms. Dunning. I don't think they should have the right to stop and get anything to eat when they're blocking railroad tracks.
I can work with legal counsel to investigate that.
If you don't mind. I mean, I agree. As a firefighter in the county, when I was on Rocky Mount, I fought several fires back off Diamond Avenue. And you're riding to the fire in the fire truck. Oh, I hope the train's not there. I agree with Ms. Dunn. I think this has gone on long enough. I like to see us move forward and get something done. I'm new to this, coming in on the tail end of it. I'm sure they're going to have to catch me up to speed on some things, but Mike's right. I'm going to ride Mike's coattail. She's right. If there's an emergency situation there we can't get back, blood's on our hands.
But if I'm not mistaken, that place on Sycamore Street, I think it runs with somebody's property, and they don't want to give up the property. It's, the road, it's a flood zone is what it is. And the property that it runs against, the lady don't want to give up the property. She's been offered, she didn't want what was offered to her. I don't know what you're asking for, but the property ain't worth nothing, why you asking for a whole lot of money?
All right, we're going to get staff to look into it and see what we can work out, see what the options are, okay?
Sounds fine.
Thank you, Ms.
ma'am.
Dunning.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Come
Ms.
up with
Dunn.
something, you can let Mike know, Mike knows how to get in touch with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn.
Thank you, Ms. Dunning.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm going to ask you, if you will, to meet with me at the front for just a moment, please.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, will you meet with us there too, please?
You need to bring it back.
I'll come back and get it for you.
I say the wind.
Not right. You're gonna need it in a minute, yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll leave that over here. We're gonna do something else first, okay?
Oh, okay.
Later on that, the Board of Supervisors, we want to take some time this afternoon to recognize you for the dedication, the guidance, and the patience you have shown in the 2020 year as chairman. Since 2006, you have loyally served the county, and I speak for the board and the residents of Franklin County when I offer the most sincere appreciation for your hard work on behalf of the citizens of Franklin County. We have a small token of gratitude for you and for what you have done. Madam Clerk's going to present you with the gavel that you had.
You're welcome, and
Thank you very much for your speech tonight. I'll say a few, but
Thank you very kindly, and it's a pleasure to work with this board. I think Mr. Thompson and myself will probably have the longest tenures, but it's a privilege to serve with people and to work with staff, and it takes a lot of time, but I feel like it's worth every minute of it, and hope I can continue. Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell has a recognition for a very fortunate individual that we have with us today. I don't know if she's here or not, but Mrs. Witcher is 100 years old. And he has some recognition and a gift that he wants to give to her on behalf of the supervisors. Is she here? Mr. Mitchell, you can go ahead and present it, and then you or staff will see that she gets it. Everybody should have a letter, a thank you letter in your packet here that she wrote. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir. You know, it's always a privilege to recognize someone as Ms. Moselle Witcher. She lives in the Snow Creek District, and this is the second honor I've had to recognize two people in the Snow Creek District for being 100 years old. And I think that this board, in recognizing these people, the many blessings that they've had, so I just wanted to recognize Ms. Witcher on her 100th birthday. Board of Supervisors congratulate you and wish you the many best wishes that comes from this board.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
I will deliver the gift.
Thank you, sir. That's a huge milestone, 100 years old. That's there. All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda. I have a reminder here before we go that for all of the supervisors, if you have any questions or comments or any concerns about the consent agenda, if you can reach out to staff prior to the meeting, a lot of those questions may be answered for you, and can save some time when we have our meeting. So we'll go to the consent agenda, and what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to pull items 1 and 3, please.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Anyone
pull
else?
number 5.
All right, anything else? Or is this something that we can handle today with the questions that you have, or do we need to?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start with number 1.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In review, this is with respect, for the benefit of the public, the resolution that we're being asked to adopt regarding the boat landing access fees that was passed, in effective January 1st of this year, by the Department of Game and Inland Fisheries. It's a one-day access fee of $4 at public boat ramps. In reviewing the resolution, the proposed resolution, I would like to increase the intensity of the language around economic impact and the onerous burden on our citizens. And the other question that I had is, Mr. Whitlow, do we know how they're going to enforce this at the boat ramps?
Ms. Smith, members of the board, I'm not aware of any information that's been given to staff regarding wildlife resources, I believe the department now, and how they'll enforce this. Staff has worked on this, I think Mr. Burnett and Mr. Chapman, and again, we're not aware of any. We are aware that, again, as noted in the summary, other localities approving resolutions in opposition of the fees, because there are a lot of concerns regarding the collection of fees, both for, not only for outfitters, but also just general citizens that would access a wildlife resource site.
Well, that's my point. In the fifth whereas paragraph, there's some language that says it's a detriment to tourism, and that's where I would like some of the language beefed up, if you will, for economic impact on not only the residents of Franklin County, but those visiting Franklin County, and that adverse impact. And, you know, this is just another way to tax the citizens. And, you know, it's a hidden fee, kind of hidden, but unanticipated probably. And I think it's onerous, and the citizens are picking up the tab for it. So if I could, Mr. Chairman, request some type of amendment.
Can we, have we got time that we can pull this and get this rewritten and fixed and bring it back at the next meeting? Or is this something that needs to be done forthwith?
What I'd say, Mr. Chairman, likely the sooner the better, as the General Assembly is in session, but staff could take a pause with this afternoon. Potentially, I can ask staff to work on some language and bring that back for the board's
Today?
consideration today. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
That would be good.
And Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to offer a motion for the resolution with anticipated amendments to it, if that would be the desire of the board.
We can do it either way. We can go ahead and approve the agenda with that, without that one, then we can get the rewritten one and do it, and just do that in a separate event. May be better to do it that way.
Okay.
So we will pull one off, let staff have a stab at it to rewrite it, and maybe on the break, you get a chance to insert your concerns, and then they'll bring it back at another point in today's meeting and bring it back.
Thank
Okay?
you, Mr. Chairman, if it's at the discretion of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes,
In
sir.
reading this, if I understand it right, this is already in law.
It is.
I mean, it's already been passed, and I'm not saying we shouldn't address it, but I wonder how they will address it when it's already passed. And I had the same question as Ms. Smith. Are they gonna put someone at every place to collect the fees? Or I fished at a man's property and he had a box you put your money in. I a little bit doubt they're gonna do that.
Yes, sir. All right. Number 3?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is the request to, by Blue Ridge Towers to fast track the tower at Glade Hill Elementary School. I just wanted to pull this because these types of requests with respect to our broadband initiative, these are important to me in terms of process and due diligence. I am worried about a fast track on an application for a cell tower to ask the Planning Commission and the board to both hold back-to-back public hearings within the confines of 1 month, which goes against our statutory guidance. I feel that it usurps the public's ability to be actively involved in this application. And when you do things like that quickly, I worry about it. And I would be interested in knowing why Blue Ridge Towers is asking for an accelerated application deadline.
Mr. Sandy, can you add any insight on that?
Sure. If you recall the Broadband Authority meeting, I guess it was last month, we talked about some of the delays due to the antennas. So this proposal was anticipated to come sooner, but that's given us about a 2 to 3 month delay in kind of the project schedule. And so that's the primary reason for asking for just the expedited to save an additional month on that process and be able to get that project approved and then get it under construction as part of the broadband plan. So that's the primary reason. There's really no other reason other than just try to get it under construction sooner than later. So it's perfectly up to the board how you want to handle that. If you don't approve the fast track, then it would be February, Planning Commission, March, Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sandy, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just want to go on record that I don't support this for the reason that I stated. I think it usurps the citizens' ability to participate in the process.
I'm going to, in light of Ms. Smith's objection here, I'm going to leave that one off and we'll vote on that individually as on its own merit. If we wanted to go on a fast track or if we want to leave it as presented to the board today. And we'll do that way. Number 5.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the outdoor occasion permit at the Providence Raceway, the go-kart track, I'm complete support of this. I would just like to make a comment that I would like to see public safety support this event. And when Mr. Philpott, calls and asks for an ambulance, if you're able to provide one, it'd be greatly appreciated, Director Ferguson. If there's any racing event in the county where we need an ambulance, it's definitely that one. I've been to several races and seen several injuries, even helped with a couple of them. So that's all I had. I'd really like to see the public safety. If Mr. Philpott calls, offer him, if you can, offer a truck or get a part-time truck and charge him the appropriate rate, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Chair, we worked with Mr. Philpott several years, and basically what he's done in the past is he's worked with his own staff who has some EMS providers there that he preferred to use, or either he's utilized resources out of Henry County to provide it. He's never reached out to us to provide EMS coverage to the track, and we'll continue to work with him if he does. But I know when he came in and got the permit this year, he said he would have an EMT that was on his staff that would be there.
Okay. That's odd. It's not what he told me last time I was there, but
Okay.
yeah, maybe we'll talk about it and talk to him and go from there. But I do support this outdoor permit.
Okay. We're going to hold, I'll say it in a minute. We're going to pull number 1 for the time being, only for rewriting. So we will vote, what's your pleasure, on items 2, 4, and 5. We will vote on item 3 separately on its own merit. So what's your pleasure on 2, 4, and 5?
Make a motion, we approve those as written.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same way. All right, now on number 3, the motion here is to fast track the permit for the Glade Hill Elementary School. And as I understand it, that's before, I'll tell you what we'll do. Ms. Smith, you make your motion.
Yes, sir, I will. I would make a motion that the board deny the request to fast track the special use permit for the communications tower at Glade Hill Elementary School.
Do we have a second?
I have a question for Mr. Sandy, Mr. Chairman. How much delay would they expect? I mean, I know everybody's screaming for broadband, but I agree with Ms. Smith in a sense.
This would, well, the request to fast track it would basically eliminate 1 month. So,
But citizens don't get the public comment on it.
no, there'd still be public comment. Instead of doing the planning commission public hearing 1 month and the board meeting the following month, we would do them in the same month. So it'd be 1 week apart from the public hearings, but everyone would still be able to comment.
Okay.
We would remove that 1 month between the two public hearings.
So we'll vote on it next month.
If we,
Well, if it's fast tracked, you would have it in February. If not, you would see it in March.
Okay. I'm good.
Basically, what they can do is get started earlier. What this resolution means, they can get started earlier. We got all taken care
That
of
was the
in 1
idea,
month.
because of some of the delays we've seen, is
Right.
that they would be able to.
We're still basically the same process, we're just getting all 1 month.
Correct.
exactly,
We're not eliminating any public
Right,
hearings, that's
right,
correct.
Right.
it's just done 1 month instead of 2.
Two.
All right, do we have a second? All right, with no second, we'll still vote on it. Madam Clerk, I'm gonna ask you to do a roll call on that one.
Supervisor,
Will you
This is
read
to
the
deny.
motion, please?
yes, this is the motion that was made by Supervisor Smith. So, the Board of Supervisors deny the request of consent item number 3, fast track special use permit application for communications tower at Glade Hill Elementary.
Just for point of clarification, the way I understand it, we do away with the fast track, it goes back to the way that we normally do business.
Okay.
That's what we're doing. Instead of doing everything in 1 month, it will be done in 2 months. Madam Clerk.
Yes, so if you vote yes, that is to deny.
Okay.
Fast track request. Supervisor Mitchell?
No.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
No.
Supervisor Condit?
No.
Supervisor Carter?
No.
Supervisor Mitchell?
No.
Chairman Thompson?
No. All right, let's moving on. Mr. Daniels present with us over the teleconference.
Chairman Thompson, I think we will need a motion do we need a motion to approve that consent item? I'm asking Mr. Gwynn. Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll need a separate one,
To approve the agenda?
the number 3 on the agenda.
Because it's an affirmative act that you're doing.
Okay, so now we need to go back and have another vote to approve number 3. Okay. Somebody make a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor signify by aye.
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 Oppose? Okay, so do it.
We are
Oh.
good now.
All right, now do we have Mr. Daniels with us via
Yes, sir.
telephone?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
How are you, sir?
Right. We'll go over our normal report today. I will say that us at VDOT were applauding Supervisor Leland Mitchell, as you all were too. So, going through the report on page 1, a couple completed pipe replacements that were due to washouts related to recent flooding event of 863 Davis Mill Road and 789 Dry Hill Road. Both of those have been completed. If you remember, last month there completed rock lift. We may have some surfacing to do on a couple of those, but for all accounts and purposes, they're complete and the roads are open. For the next 60 days, we've got several different pipe replacements and low water structures and what have you on there that we're working on. I will mention a couple of them, K-Fork, for example. We continue to work with Appalachian Power to find a way to get that project moving. If you remember the elevation of the pipe and pond elevation give us a little bit of issue with some environmental clearances, but we're still working on that. Mount Carmel is on the list for the next 60 days. However, we complete that on January 15th. We had this completed. Route 657 Red Valley. We get complaints about the low water structure on Red Valley, and we have that in a plan to start late this month or early next month to replace that pipe structure. Sleepy Hollow is one that's high on our radar. Sleepy Hollow is basically one way in, and we've got 1,500 of a mile off the intersection. So it affects quite a few homes if we have a failure there. So we've shored it up. We're currently working on an emergency contract to replace that pipe. We'll have to bore and jack it under the road. As like I said, it's the only outlet for that community, that subdivision. Couple notes at the bottom. You'll see primary and secondary mowing operations, and you probably wonder, what are we mowing in January? You'll see that most of the time on every report, because along with mowing the sides of the road, we're also using our sidearm mower, mowing vegetation on various vegetation control operations. So that falls under that category. Patching operations, we're not doing a lot of patching. It's too cold, but there are the rare occasions that we do have to go out and do a little bit of patching. And then the surface treatment note, which is the last bullet on page 1, that was actually an error. That was just a carryover from a past report, so we can scratch that. That was completed a few months ago. Moving on to page 2, our bridge over Blackwater continues to progress, and hopefully will be complete soon. The route, there's a new one on here that's getting ready to go to construction. The Route 40 bridge over Tharp Creek, which is on the western end of 40. That's going to be closed for several months, as you can see. We're not doing a complete bridge replacement like we are at Colonial Turnpike or like we did at Blackwater or Gills Creek. We are replacing the superstructure, which is very significant for that bridge. Traffic volume is very low. It's around the 500 mark. But that bridge is fairly deteriorated. If you don't know it, it's still got wooden handrails on it, so it's lived a good life, and we're going to replace the superstructure and get a more sufficient structure for the traffic to travel on. We won't see a lot of widening, but we will see a new deck and handrails and what have you. The US 220 work in Roanoke County over Back Creek continues. Many of you drive that quite often, I'm sure. And like you all will be glad when all that is wrapped up. Moving on to page 3, we've got some fairly significant updates this month. 616 Scruggs Road at 834 Brooks Mill Road. We have recently completed some sign improvements. We increased the reflectivity of some of our signs, or added to the reflectivity, I should say. Added some reflective strips and what have you to the signpost. We've enlarged some signs. We still continue to monitor and strategize about that intersection. But the sign improvements that we did complete were an interim measure that I think will be well received by those that travel that intersection. Grassy Hill and New Plant, we continue to work with Appalachian Power and have actually we've had some decent progress recently. Our goal is to actually have Appalachian secure the pole and then complete the excavation by the end of this fiscal year. So springtime into early summer, we will prosecute and complete that project. 616 Scruggs Road and 942 Blue Water, we did complete that study, which recommended a 4-way stop installation. We did add the 4-way stop, so now you're stopping on Scruggs Road and Blue Water. And we've received some actually pretty good comments from that. So it's my understanding it's working well, and those that travel it are pleased with the work. And then the 220, 697 Works Road, we've had discussions around the flashing yellow arrow at that intersection and also at Sontag. We will continue to monitor that flashing yellow arrow at Works Road, and of course we've got a project upcoming that will include work at that intersection. And we're actually we've got a consultant doing some follow-up review to that specific arrow at Works, the southbound left turn. We should know within 30 days or so the results of that review. And basically the question the table is, can we improve with a new project? Can we make that flashing yellow arrow better? Once we receive that information, we will reevaluate where we are at that time, like I said, within about 30 days, and make some further decisions about that arrow. Other projects you see at the bottom, I'll just 718 Colonial Turnpike continues on. The other projects are progressing as noted, and I think that's all. I don't have any other notes. I'm looking through my notes here. Nothing else for today, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have for our report.
All right, sir. I'm gonna open it up for questions here in just a second. I've got one question. When on the 697, the Works Road there at Plateau Plaza, when you done away with the green turn hour and went to the yellow one, how long was the time on the green arrow? How long did, was it like 30 seconds, 45 seconds for people turning?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I don't have the timing in front of me. I don't know that answer. And I will say we haven't gone completely away from the green arrow. So the green arrow is a protected movement because it tells you can go and nobody else that opposes you can go. So you're protected. The yellow is what we call a permissive. There is in the timing, the programming, if you will, there are still provisions for a protected green arrow, even today. So depending on what's going on around that intersection in the signal, you still may get that green arrow. But I don't know the timing. I don't think it would be 30 seconds. 30 seconds goes by in a hurry, but when it comes to signals, 30 seconds is a long time.
A long time.
So I would say it was probably less than that.
I just hope, I guess, when Mr. Mitchell and I brought this up in our last meeting, I just hope you take into effect in your study the accidents that have been there since the yellow arrow was there versus what it was when it was the green arrow only. I think
Yes,
there's
sir. Understood. And
very significant. All right, any more questions?
Yeah, and those crashes, we've definitely got those crashes on our radar, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Daniel, how you doing today, sir?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Doing well.
this 647 K Fork Road, I'm still interested in that. Are we getting any closer to getting that pipe fixed?
Yes, I guess I could say that we are getting closer. I can tell you that we still are holding conversations with Appalachian Power and trying to figure out how to get that pipe replaced, even at the elevation of the flow line, the invert elevation of the pipe. That's the problem. We're overlapping with lake elevations. Appalachian is worried about their permitting. So it's been a long time. It's been a long journey. I cannot, unfortunately, give you a date. I can't commit to a date that we're going to replace it.
Yes,
but
sir.
I can assure you, Mr. Cundiff, we are trying to find ways to do that responsibly and legally as far as environmental concerns.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. And another thing too, this Back Creek project, I don't know who's over that or designed it or whatever, but that's one rocky road. I mean, when you get within sight distance coming from Roanoke to Rocky Mount, you're almost on top down there before you realize what lane you're supposed to be in. Is there anything they can do about that? Because, I mean, it's pretty rocky, wavy, and if you're trying to run beside somebody, I think everybody gets confused on what lane you're supposed to be in. So if you check into that, I sure would appreciate it, because it's a lot of traps to go
we
through
will
there.
definitely. Yes, sir, no doubt. And we will convey that message. I can tell you that it's temporary. Hopefully it's temporary. That project's still ongoing, but we will convey that concern.
Is it still on time? I mean, are they lagging, or are they on time doing it, or what?
No, sir. It's my understanding that we're not on time, and I can assure you that depending on the circumstances, if a contractor falls behind, a fixed completion date, we do charge liquidated damages. So there may be compensation due the Commonwealth on that project. I don't know for sure because we don't manage it in our residency,
Yes.
but I'm very confident saying it's not on the original schedule.
On the roundabout on 834 and 670, I've got a complaint, several complaints about the water that's running off of that intersection now across people's property. Has anybody investigated that? Like a Mr. Holland? He's called me several times.
And he's is he on the right on Burnt Chimney Road after you pass the intersection?
Yes, sir. You take a right, yes. First house on the right there, yes. sir.
So I've been out there once myself. Brian Casella's been out, and with some others. Eddie Pagan's, our maintenance manager, recently met with the landowner as well.
Okay.
And we have done some ditching
Okay.
from the intersection down towards his driveway. I don't know if that's going to solve all of his problem, but it will
Yes.
catch the water that's coming off the highway.
Well, I appreciate you talking with him and working with him. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Ms. Smith?
May I? Todd, this is Lori. Just a question. On 122, has VDOT done some work either in Franklin or Bedford on center lines, doing something that, for the lack of a better analogy, just kind of like the rumble strip thing, if you start crossing the center line? It's not a
We
rumble
haven't
strip.
discussed it. The center line rumble strips, if that's what you're speaking of, so it'll alert you when you cross center line. We have discussed it on various primary roads. I think we talked about this a while back, and I know Pittsylvania County and other counties in Lynchburg District have quite a bit of those center line rumble strips. And of course, when you drive in Pennsylvania County on 40 going east, you'll see them. We have, and I say we, the Salem District traffic engineers, have not chosen to do that on the majority of our primaries at this time. Some of that is funding related. Some of it is the choice of the traffic engineer. I think what I can say, Ms. Smith, is that we'll continue to bring that up. We've heard a lot of positive comments. People like it. They want to see it. Along with raised pavement, the reflectors. We've heard those comments as well. So we don't have anything planned for the immediate future, but we'll make sure they hear your request.
Thank you, Todd. I did go on record with the reflectors, extension down in Franklin County, and I would like to go on record with this as well. Thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
How you doing, Mr. Daniels? It's Ronnie Mitchell. Can you hear me, Todd?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Hey, do you know if Brian or Eddie has had a chance to speak to Mr. and Miss Doss on Blue Bend Road, the gravel road that connects Grassy Hill to Jamestown?
Yes, we did. Eddie did, and we are going to do some ditching to help solve that.
Okay.
And I will say, I should have had it up, Mr. Mitchell, but we got a very good email from Mr. Doss, basically complimenting Mr. Pagans and their conversation and what have you. So I was very pleased to see that and know that we're going. I think based on what I'm seeing and what I've been told, we're going to help his issue.
Yeah, he's actually getting some structural damage from the water on his property, so I appreciate it. And Mr. Pagans did reach out to me. We've been playing phone tag, but I got you now, so I figured I'd ask you. I appreciate you guys taking care of that.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Daniels. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter, Brian Carter.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so for your finance report this month, It's going to be as of December 31st, halfway through our fiscal year. So if you look at your overall general fund snapshot, what we would expect to see is at least 50% or below 50% on the expenditure side. On the revenues, you can see just about everything is above 50% that we would want to see or that is a significant revenue. A couple of the things I want to point out, the line item that says revenue from the use of money and property, that mostly is interest income from our deposits at the bank. It's at 37.2%. That's below. We had reduced that budget anticipating a decline. Interest rates are lower than we even expected, so we expect to continue to see that, and that will impact next year's budget as well as we continue to go through these discussions. There's just very little interest to be earned. We are earning a fairly decent rate with Carter Bank. They've worked with us to put in their money market so we can continue to keep liquid investments, but there's just not a lot of investments to earn at this point in time in anything we put our money in. The other revenues are at above where we'd expect or to a point where we're not concerned just based on the sheer dollar value. On the expenditure side, everything is around 50%. Public safety is up almost 62%. You'll see that later, but that's CARES Act money. Well, we've spent almost $7 million since July in CARES Act money, and so that's fluctuating the public safety functional area budget, which includes our fire EMS and also our sheriff's office. Okay. So just graphing that out on a revenue picture, you can see our trend is fairly consistent. There's not a lot of variation on the revenue from prior year. Showing it a little bit different way based on major functional categories. You can see general property taxes are up, so the yellow bar is the current year, the green line is the prior year. So you can see we're up about $2 million compared to this point in time last year. A lot of that is a couple of things. One, it is reassessment growth. Two, it is one-time pipeline money. And so the other local taxes are up. That's mostly sales taxes. Revenue from the Commonwealth is up, but that's mostly timing. There are no significant items in there that would really sway that number. Okay, so break that down a little further on your real estate. So this is through 6 months. We do have taxes that are collected throughout the rest of the fiscal year. But at this point in time, you can see percent of budget. We're at 99.14%. Last year, we were at 97.24%. Year before that, 96.56%. So we were ahead of the game. That's intentional. We reduced the budget intentionally, not sure at the start of the pandemic how that might affect people paying their taxes. So we're not seeing the drop-off that we had initially anticipated, which is a good sign. That is better for our budgetary planning. You are seeing an increase. There's that $2 million that I mentioned on the previous slide on the property taxes. And if you look at the increase, it's about 5.7%. If you remember, our general reassessment was about 5%. So that's trending into what's driving. It's consistently coming in at what we thought it would. So personal property taxes are actually down year over year, barely $7,000. They're above budget because we reduced the budget so much, anticipating we might see a drop-off. But this is something we're looking at overall. We still think that we will see a very good return on budget, but we do think that there will be some concern on how personal property looks going forward over the next couple of years, pending the state of the economy. Okay, for local sales taxes, we can see about an increase of almost 465,000. That's about a 16.5% increase over last year. You can see we're actually at almost 3/4 of our budget. Instead of 50%, we're at 72%. If you remember, we dropped sales taxes 10%. It actually ended up being 15% because we reduced the prior year budget as well. So it's they're coming in much better than we thought, which is a good thing. Most of that, we believe, other than some growth from probably short-term rentals and staycations, is online sales taxes, and I know the state is seeing that as well. A lot of the state sales tax numbers are being driven by online sales. So for meals tax, we are continuing to see a decline. We had projected a 25% decline. It's not nearly as significant. It is still a decline, about 1.4% year over year. But we're still at about 81% of our budget, so well ahead of where we thought we'd be this time of year. Transient occupancy tax, our lodging tax, continues to exceed expectations in prior year. We're up about $55,000. That's about a 54% increase compared to this time last year. And if you remember, we really anticipated that would drop off even further. We anticipated a 50% reduction, where we're at 253% of budget, so we're over double what we additionally had budgeted. So small amount of our budget, but it's nice to see that there is some significant growth. We're not impacted as detrimentally as we thought we would be. So expenditures, they look way down, but I'll tell you that is transfers to other funds like our school system, like our capital fund. That's a timing. They'll go back up. So we're in line on an expenditure level with where we would anticipate to be this time of year. Breaking that down by the major functional categories, the only one you see that's out of line is the public safety function, and again, that's the CARES Act money. So breaking down the health and welfare, typically that is up. You do see a little bit, but between social services and their programs, that's moderated. One is up, one is down. It's fairly even. And CSA is actually about evened out. We've kind of caught up, as sometimes that's just the timing depending on the end. So just to give you a quick snapshot of fund balance, there was really no change from last month with where the audited unassigned fund balance number was at $28.5 million, reduced by rollovers approved, the contingencies for the $3 million, carryover approved for the school system, and the one-time bonuses from carryover. Less our 20% policy minimum, that leaves us just over $3 million in a remaining available cushion, contingency, I guess I would say. And with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Chairman, I have a question. Excuse me, go ahead.
Mr. Mitchell.
Can you go back to the previous slide, Brian? Is the $3 million, is that from the CARES money? Did I hear you say that?
The $3 million is the savings from using the CARES money for public safety salaries. Yes, sir.
So 3.187. So am I getting closer to getting a new fire truck? What do you think?
We might actually be able to talk about that a little bit later today.
Hot dog.
Mr. Cundy?
Yes. Shannon's occupancy tax. What we, I know it's way up. What would test that to?
We anticipate, it's tough to say, but we anticipate most of that is people traveling locally. And so there's probably a lot of short-term rentals at the lake. More than anything is what we anticipate is driving that. Do we have direct correlation as far as numbers? No, but that's what we anticipate.
All in all, it seemed pretty healthy.
Much healthier than we thought. I think the state as a whole actually is doing a lot better than most states in this country. And for the state, that's because of federal spending. For us, we just haven't seen the impact that some other localities may have and just other states in general. We have a pretty strong business model, so that's showing.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Bernice Cobbs. Dr. Cobbs, if you'll come forward. First off, we'd like to welcome you to, this will be your first time, I think, today.
Yes, sir.
Addressing the board on the business matter other than when you came for introductions.
Thank you for having us. Today, I have with me Mr. Terry, our Director of Finance, and I have Mr. Spencer, a Supervisor of Building and Grounds. What I'd like to talk to you about today is a funding request for the Rocky Mount Elementary cafeteria air conditioning. I'm just going to do a little historical journey, and we do know timing is everything, and I'm sure this will be timing for you as well. Back in October the 20th, the board, your board, approved for the school system to use the carryover funds for the Ferrum Elementary cafeteria, air conditioning in the cafeteria, which was $410. At that same time, the school system had asked for consideration also for the Rocky Mount Elementary cafeteria air conditioning. And at that time, that was postponed to look at, or for more confidence, or for you all to be a little bit more confidence in the revenue projections. At this time, we know that the Rocky Mount Elementary air conditioning project, engineering process is complete, and the estimated cost is $466,000 approximately. If you all consider to appropriate the funds for us, with the Fairham Elementary construction and the Rocky Mount construction, there would be a $45,000 savings on those two constructions. What we're asking is if you would consider this funding, to appropriate this funding from the 2021 capital project budget, knowing that what would happen is if you appropriated the funding, we could go ahead and get the bid on Rocky Mount Elementary, and it'd be awarded by February 2021, so construction could begin, and that time frame would be May, June, and hopefully completed before the start of the new school year. So really, we're requesting not new funding, but funding from the 21-22 budget.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Any questions?
I'll offer a motion if you're ready.
I don't think we're time for that yet. We
I have a
need,
question, Mr. Chairman.
sir?
I have a question,
Yes, sir.
and I'm reading from the data that we have. It says it could save. There's no guarantee there. What happens if there's no savings?
Well, I'm going to ask Mr. Terry to come up and Mr. Spencer to come up, because they have been working on this project.
We did ask our engineers for an estimate if we combine both projects together.
Would you talk into the mic, please?
Yes, we did ask our engineer to give us an estimate if we did bid both projects together, what could be the potential savings. And the savings represented in that, in $45,000, was really the potential reduction, about 7% in construction cost, plus and then also the concurrent reduction in construction administration. So that was an engineer's estimate based on prevailing cost escalations.
The county customarily approves the budget by May. That's a couple months prior to the end of the year. Could not there be some contracts drawn up that could possibly include that? Because I've never known this board, since I've been on it, to approve money that we didn't have until the school budget. The budget has already been appropriated. Could not there be some kind of did you not talk to them about that they could do an estimate based upon that contingency that money is available?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Let them answer that one.
One of the issues with that is submittals have to be done, the equipment has to be ordered, and the lead time on the equipment, if we wait until May, that's why we bid it in February to release the project. If we wait until May, we simply run out of time.
Okay. Mr. Tatum?
I have a question for Mr. Whitlow, if I may. Dr. Cobbs is requesting that we appropriate money that we haven't collected yet and for next year, out of next year's budget. do we have the money available that we could appropriate for this project now on hand? And then if we so choose, we could remove that money from the future budget to cover what we have now. That way, we're not appropriating money we don't have.
Mr. Tatum, to answer your question to members of the board, probably a couple of ways of looking at this. Certainly, typically historically, I guess, with the fund transfer to the schools of approximately 1.2 million for capital, 880,000 is typically for buildings and grounds, as you all know. And so historically, that has not been reduced. And I think this board will recall, in fact, staff has certainly made the case, and I think the board in agreement prior to COVID, we need to be adding more to our capital transfers on the county side as well as the school side. Later this afternoon in the budget work session, I'll be presenting a mid-year look at our revenues in terms of where we are as the county. A preview to that now is our revenues are strong, and Mr. Carter gave a preview of that a little bit earlier in his finance report. We are confident that our collections are strong in the current year, and there are some immediate pressure points that we would recommend in the current year budget, in the 2021 budget, that we can address with revenue in hand. That being said, part of that could also be, as you all recall, in the initial budget that we presented last year, we recommended adding an additional $200,000 to the county's capital transfer, as well as an additional $200,000 to the school's capital transfer. That's a likely possibility that we could do now. And in doing so, I think the project, and looking at this project specifically for the Rocky Mount Elementary, it's around $466,000. If, and as I said, those funds in place of $200,000, certainly the timing of the project, if the board so choose, could allow, I guess, that project to begin in June, with the balance of that project, the other $200,000, coming from the 21-22 budget. Now, that being said, that's a long way around the block of possibility of how we can pull on some of those funding sources. But in terms of existing reserves or existing balances, they are in place. And so certainly the board could look at that in terms of appropriating dollars within existing reserves. But in terms of next year's budget, the 21-22, if the project's to be funded through that budget, that certainly in its entirety, that would have to come through the 21-22 budget, which has yet to be presented or adopted yet. So I can explain certainly more of our revenue picture during our budget meeting, but there is a way to do the project, both with existing healthy reserves and existing healthy balances and what we're seeing in terms of our revenue. But I also understand the concern of committing budget dollars from the 21-22 budget for a project when we have not adopted the 21-22 project. So I hope I didn't muddy the water for you there, but that gives you an overview of some possibilities maybe for the board to consider.
If, Mr. Twillow, if that is done, if that project, if we do that, does that change the balance on the budget or the expenditures on the budget to where over the 1% where we've got to have another public hearing?
Great question, Mr. Chairman. It would not, and what we will be sharing this afternoon, it would not increase above the 1%. And so, and you know, as I said in that budget work session, we can share that with you. What I would say is whether the project is funded entirely from the 21-22 budget, again, yet to be adopted, if the project moved forward, certainly if the typical $880,000 is recommended for capital budget transfer again to the schools, the $460,000 would come off the top immediately. And so that certainly would have to be understood. If a portion can get started with $200,000 additional in the current revenue in this fiscal year, then that would reduce that by $200,000, possibly in the timing of the project to get started in June, with any balances coming in July, and it may be a matter of timing and sequencing in terms of looking at Mr. Terry and Mr. Spencer, Dr. Cobbs, in terms of invoicing.
One more question that it comes up to me. We will, if we sign the contract, or if the school signs the contract for both projects, it will save $45,000.
I mean, that is the estimate that the engineer gave us, based on a 7% escalation factor for construction costs for next year.
Right.
Of course, there's a lot of economic variables that could come into that, that could either enhance that savings or reduce it. I mean, we can't really guarantee it, but that's the best estimate we have today.
That it will save 45.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, until it kind of goes out to bid and they get their bid, until the project goes to bid,
Right.
and they actually get the bids back in,
Right.
will they be able to, I think, confirm a cost savings on the
At
project?
that time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Any more questions? Yes,
I
sir.
have a question. Have y'all already put this out to bids?
Yes, it is out to bid now. Bids are due February 4th.
Okay.
February the 4th?
Yes, sir.
And so is this offered as a separate proposal, or are both of them in together?
They are in the same contract documents, but we are taking, the bids will be separate, so we can separate out Rocky Mount from Ferrum.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Any more questions?
I do.
Yes.
Ferrum's a done deal though, right? We've already proved that, correct?
Correct.
So make sure I'm wrapping my big head around this. So instead of what you guys are asking, instead of getting the 880,000 for 21-22, you would request 413,000. So I understand the hiccup, but I would like to see us try to make this work. You said you're going to brief us more on this afternoon, Mr. Whitlow?
I'll be briefing you on the existing year revenues and where the existing year revenues are, and some possibilities, again, of restoring $200,000 to the 21-22 county budget, but also, the 2021, the current year budget, both to our budget, but also the school's budget as a possibility. And of course, that would be the pleasure of the board, but
But they're under a time constraint to try to get the savings. So until you give us that presentation on the money you're talking about, are you saying we don't need to make a vote on it now?
Mr. Mitchell, I'm not going to call for the question until after we have the presentation from Mr. Whitlow.
Will we be
We're
able
only we're
to
only
come back
talk-
around to it?
We're only talking a couple hours. Till after we hear from him, and then we'll bring it back.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have to agree with Ms. Smith. I'd like to see the cost of the savings for the project if
Yes,
we do it early.
Yes, sir.
I want to see the cost.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and, excuse me,
That's our goal.
what happens if this thing comes in at 50,000?
Good question.
I mean,
What was that?
we're
I'm
looking at a could save versus what's gonna be when we get to bid.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear the concern.
He's talking about what happens if the savings is not what they have predicted and said.
I think that's a given in any bid process.
We got to wait until we get the bid to know.
Yeah, I mean, I think usually, with my experience with capital projects, the engineers are pretty good. They're usually in the ballpark. And if it's in the market now, I would suspect that number is going to be close. I would think. There's no way of knowing that for sure, obviously. But also, I mean, there's that potential project savings, but the other piece of this is the expediency of getting air conditioning in a cafeteria in an elementary school where those kids have no air conditioning. We need to keep that as a
There's
focus.
several in the county that's not air conditioned.
I know, but we've got to start somewhere.
Yes.
Is this a replacement air conditioner or a new?
It's new.
There's never been air conditioning at Rocky Mount Cafeteria.
Correct.
I just have a comment, Mr. Chairman. if we can iron this out today during the budget work session, I'm totally in support of it. I would like to see us move forward with these projects.
Yes,
They've
sir.
languished for years, ever since I've been on this board. These schools deserve air conditioning, and if we can make it work, I would like for us to vote on it today.
Mr. Carter, I'll call for the question as soon as we have our work session.
Okay.
I support that as well,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
me as well. Thank
We're
you.
going to have the work session, and then we'll call the question.
Bernice, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come right back and move on. A quick 5 minutes. Mr. Sandy, Ms. Cooper, I see you are up there, so we'll call it. Ms. Cooper, thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We're going to talk to you today about solar facilities with land use and zoning. Basically, the state of Virginia has increased focus on renewable energy, dealing with solar and wind. You may remember one of Governor Northam's issued an executive order number 43, and the goal that it states is that the state of Virginia set a goal of 30% renewable energy by 2030 and 100% carbon-free electricity by 2050. Based on these goals, localities are seeing an increase in development pressure from the private sector for either solar energy or the wind turbines, one or the other. Areas of South Side and Eastern Shore are seeing an increase in solar development projects. You may remember there's been some articles in the Roanoke Times about Pulaski County and solar panels. Franklin County staff, we're beginning to get an increase in phone calls, not any property specific, but there has been inquiries about developing solar facilities here in Franklin County. Basically, we want to tell you a little bit about the land use and what we have on the books today. Back in 2009, the county developed ordinances for telecommunication, and some of you will remember we did the wind turbines, the wind facilities at the time, but we did not, however, address solar. So solar was not included when we did the wind turbines. The zoning ordinance does address public utilities and public utility structures, towers, your public water and sewer treatment plants, also electrical substation, water tanks, etc. And you may remember that these uses are allowed by right in your M1, which is your light industrial, and your M2, which is your heavy industrial. They're allowed by right. Also, by special use permit, these uses are allowed in the A1, which is your agricultural, your B2, which is your general business, and your PCD, which is your planned community development. And they're not allowed in any of these public utilities that I'm talking about are not allowed in any of the other zoning districts. Of course, in the non-zoned areas of the county, there is no restrictions for the land use of the solar facilities or these public utilities, but we do require building permits and stormwater requirements. It's also be noted that the zoning administrator, we have been issuing building permits for residential solar panels as a use by right in districts. Just to let you know what the Virginia General Assembly has passed, they passed a House Bill 655 and Senate Bill 870 in 2020 that allows localities to grant a special use permit with reasonable restrictions for these solar facilities. Also, the locality dealing project to project, you could negotiate cash proffers or real property or construction of public improvements. That is part of this 2020 General Assembly bill. Also, we have House Bill 656 and Senate Bill 875. This actually gives the locality authorization to incorporate national standards on solar facilities into their zoning ordinance. However, it does not give the county to make up their own. You would have to go with the national standards that are on the books. There has been some localities that have adopted. Roanoke County has something on solar facilities. Bedford County at the time does not. I think Halifax and Augusta County has some solar facility regulations in their zoning ordinance that we've seen so far. And I'm sure Pulaski has some, I just have not pulled those yet. They also have House Bill 657, And this bill allows you to waive what we call the 15.22232. It's lets the locality decide if they want to waive solar facilities from going through that comprehensive review. And that's to make that you're substantially in requirement with the comp plan. That is also on the books that the board could do a waiver for. Also, I need to tell you that Madeline, we had two handouts. One is for land use for the solar facilities. That is a kind of a quick reference. And then we also have legislation for the 2020 legislation on solar facilities. It's a short, so you don't have to read the whole bill. That might be of interest to you. And basically what we're here today is we want to know, you as a board, do you want additional discussion in a work session about solar facilities? Do you know now that you want to update the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan, or both? Or would you like to refer this matter to the Planning Commission, planning staff, and the county attorney to come up with some recommendations? Or are there other items that you want to discuss on solar facilities? I know this was kind of a quick overview, and we are looking for what the board might want to do. Or if you have any questions.
Mr. Chairman. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr.
For me personally, I would like to see it referred to planning staff and the planning commission to come back with some recommendations moving forward so that we have a better understanding of what we're voting on here.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Carter to refer back. Mr. Leland Mitchell and myself have met with some constituents that have solar, have use of solar with farming. And so I was beginning to get that education really quickly. I do think that this is something very germane, and I think our locality is probably going to be increasingly asked about this. Bedford is. I know Bedford are having many discussions about businesses trying to come in with solar. So I think we've got to get in front of this, and I would support Planning Commission, staff, and legal review.
Is this going to be considered a farm, a solar farm?
Well, I guess you could.
So they get all the tax breaks, or how is that going to happen?
Pardon me?
Do they get all the tax breaks, or how is that going to happen?
To tell you the truth, Mr. Cundiff, I don't know much about the taxation of the solar facilities. I'm sure that staff can find some information out for you. It's just that at this time, I really don't know, and I haven't had a conversation with Margaret.
The reason I asked that question is because I just visited a 600-acre solar farm.
Okay.
And it's a lot more to it than people thinks. I mean, your water drainage, your buildings, your ponds, your holding ponds, it's more, if you never visited one, it's more than you can imagine what it's going to be. So y'all got a big job ahead of you. Big job ahead of you.
It is, and there is actually an example on this guide, and they do take it takes a large amount of land.
Yes.
And that's why, right now, if one would come in without us having anything in the zoning ordinance or in the non-zoned area of the county, since we don't regulate the land use there, that is why they would still have to get building permits. They would still have to deal with erosion, stormwater regulations. So there are regulations on the books now in case something would come in before we would.
Well, I recommend if nobody's ever visited one, they need to go see it. Because I also visited one next to Richmond. It's 200-some acres.
Oh, okay.
You got one coming to Pennsylvania County. It's going to be roughly around 600 acres. And until you go visit one, you can't imagine. Yeah. I mean, just, it presents a lot of questions and problems.
I've only seen the wind turbines, the farms, the wind turbines. I've seen those in another state, and they also take up a lot of land. So the panels obviously are going to
thank
also.
You.
Mr.
Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell.
I get regular inquiries, and, what you get in the inquiry is one thing, And I think as far as solar farms, there needs to be some time on it. They're looking for large acreage, and I think the last one I got said could run up to, the payment could run up to $1,600 an acre. Well, that draws your attention, but are you gonna give up for 500 acres of your land? And they lease them for 20 or 25 years. So I think it's a situation we need to be aware of, and that's one thing, but I think when you consider wind turbines, you're going into another different area totally. If we could blank them out.
We do have regulations on the wind turbines, and the board was, they put them in 3 categories, so I think we're pretty good on those, but that would be something too, if you wanted staff to look at, we could look at the wind turbines ordinance again also.
All right, I think everybody got I haven't said anything, but I think I agree with what everybody else has said. I think we need to have an additional discussion in a work session with the planning commission, bringing us some ideas and thoughts back. And to give you my 2 cents like the rest of them did, that picture that you have here on that handout, I think Smith Mountain Lake looks a whole lot prettier and nicer than that picture. That's how I feel about it. You're riding down 220 down below Asheboro, North Carolina, and you see that big field of glass over there. Lake's prettier. I think it's at the consensus of the board is to bring it back in a work session with some recommendations. Okay?
Okay, well, I do thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Lisa.
it.
Mr. Whitlow and Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Take my mask off here. I think I've got my advancer slide, and yeah, thank you, Mr. Sandy. Gone to sleep. I don't. Let me take that one off there, too. I think you can do that with this right here. There, close it out. Yeah. He broke it.
Oh my gosh.
You're right.
What? Yeah, kinda.
You got it off. Yeah.
I got y'all.
Is this new?
Just click it right.
All right. It takes a team.
You're gonna have to speak into that, Mr. Whitlow, or else turn it on, maybe.
We'll turn them up.
This afternoon, I know this is the first of several budget work sessions as we look into fiscal year 21-22. But today, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I recall, I think of each of you, that we would come back mid-year to look at our current year revenues and current year expenditures. So if I may, I want to talk about the current budget year first. Not necessarily 22 yet, but 2021 first. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, we'll get started. Let's walk into 2 slides. And you will recall some of these, perhaps. It may seem like ancient history. It's been a long several months since the pandemic began for everyone. But we shared this slide earlier when we presented the modified budget. And as Mr. Carter mentioned earlier, we backed down our real estate collection ratios from 97% to 95.7%. That was our initial projection. We really thought, hey, we're not sure what's going to happen in December. We were making these projections back in April and May, and you all will remember that. Our personal property, the same thing. We didn't really know what to expect from the economy. Sales tax, we fully expected a reduction in sales tax. We backed that down 15%. Wheels tax, a recommended reducing that 25%. Lodging tax, no one's traveling, we think we really need to reduce that by 50%. Interest income, obviously, with the feds lowering the rates, we knew our interest income would be a big hit for us, and it was. So that total projected loss was about $2.6 million. So everyone will painfully remember the fiscal year 2021 budget. Really, if you all remember, it was a strategic pause. We had to go back and strip everything out of the budget. We made significant cuts, and here's where we are. I'm thankful to say that the county fiscally, with the leadership of this board, has weathered the storm. We're not out of the storm yet, but we've weathered certainly a large portion of the storm. Looking again, when we were projecting, we also had to look at state revenue. That's significant for us because over 50% of the county's budget comes from the state and federal government. So what was going on with the state? You all will remember, the governor was projecting, and the Secretary of Finance in Richmond, at the height of the budget last spring and the summer, a $2 billion loss over a couple of years, $1 billion for each year by any. And really, that had us all concerned because we didn't know what to expect. That we were bracing for funding reductions, similarly that we received prior to the recession. And at that time, we didn't know county and school budgets, and with the state budget, it was just unclear. Of course, the General Assembly had met in the summer. Secretary of Finance for the Commonwealth, Secretary Lane, began noting in the fall that even the state revenue picture was actually looking up. So that's positive news. And so, what did we do with this year's budget? Prior to presenting the budget, out of the request, we cut out about $3.4 million in requests out of this year's budget. Then COVID hit, and that was just a punch in the gut, I think, for everyone. And so we had to go back and we cut out an additional $2.9 million. Things like, you all will remember, there were positions in the budget that we cut out. I mentioned earlier on capital, I think the request was made as we had the discussion with the schools. We wanted to add that $200,000 in additional money for school capital and also county capital. That was stripped out of the budget. Cost of living adjustments stripped out of the budget. In addition, over $400,000 was taken out. Maintenance, service contracts, utilities. We really scrubbed. We didn't know what to face. So where are we now? We're better than we projected, so that's where we want to be. Is it, are we off to the races? No, not necessarily, but we're breathing some sigh of relief. Our real estate collection, as I previously shared, we were projecting 95.7. It's actually 97%. So we're seeing some growth in real estate. We're seeing some growth in personal property. Again, the original projection, 93%, it's coming in at 94.5%. The big surprise really has been sales tax. And that's also, as Mr. Carter noted earlier, that's also at the state level as well. They've increased. I would caution, in terms of where we are, as the economy opens back up, we really think this is primarily due to Franklin County residents, as well as Virginia residents, sheltering in place, spending locally, also spending online. Now, when we see this sustained growth in sales tax next year, it's anyone's guess. I suspect that we likely will not, or at least the continued increase. Maybe we'll see the sustained growth in this level out some. Now, that being said, this is about where we would normally be. Again, as we have shared in previous budgets with this board, we've seen moderate revenue growth in the county, not excessive revenue growth, not great revenue growth. If you all recall, really that growth has hovered around between 0.5% and 1.5%. And so we're thankful to be able to get back to maybe 0.5 to 1.5%, but we're not talking about significant percentage growth. So I just want to set that stage for you here as we go into next year's budget. Again, very thankful, but still we're being very prudent and cautious as we look. But I have some more detail to share. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Whitlow, are we seeing any benefit at all from internet sales in the taxes?
Oh, most certainly, Mr. Chairman, and I think most of that is from the sales tax increase here.
That's where you think most of that is from?
Yes, that and also people shopping more locally. shopping here locally more than you would have been prior. And so, again, that's a positive thing. Also, we've seen more year-round residency, if you will, in some of our lakeshore properties at Smith Mountain Lake, where a lot of people have moved out of the urban areas and are working in their second homes, which is encouraging for us. And again, as mentioned earlier, I think that's why our lodging, I think Mr. Pender, you asked the question about lodging tax. I think that's where our lodging tax has been held here too, because of short-term rentals. And that was a surprise to us. We don't necessarily have a lot of hotels in Franklin County. Certainly we have various short-term rentals. Now that's not short-term rentals and meals tax. Those are not big income generators for us, but real estate, personal property, and sales are. So the big picture is sovereignty. We're hoping to get back to a reset from this strategic pause. Now, I'm not saying that, we're growing in lots of growth, but we'll know more about that in the coming weeks as we get into next year's budget. Okay, I think she's trying to fix and see if this mic is working. In terms of revenue growth, as I mentioned, that is exceeding expectations. But you all recall, we reduced the budget. We pulled everything out by $2.9 billion, and those were some significant reductions for us. That, quite frankly, that hurt in a lot of areas. We knew we had some impact areas that we needed to address, and we were hoping to get back. And of course, the board has asked, well, how are we doing this mid-year look? And so as we look in terms of that revenue that you saw on this page here, we're not necessarily recommending let's go out and spend immediately today that revenue growth. However, we are recommending that the board take serious consideration to restore some of what we have cut out, and we'll share that to the tune of about $1.1 billion. I'll walk you through some of that. Next year's budget, FY 2022. We're going to set this aside for a minute and still talk about this year's budget. The early projections are, again, we're seeing some growth, not significant double-digit percentages growth, but overall, we're projecting maybe another 1.43% in growth, which is fairly healthy. Certainly, it's not of the growth that we saw in the 2000s that I mentioned to the board in previous budget presentations, but more on that shortly. I will note the footnote there, revenue projections as of January 19, 2021 are subject to change. We always have the disclaimer. We have the disclaimer back. Let me show you that one. Back here, you'll see when we were making all these projections back in April and May, that disclaimer was there. As you all know, this changes by the day, by the week, and it ebbs and flows with the national, regional, state, local economies. So, what are our current budget pressures? You look at the revenue, again, healthy current year. One of the significant budget pressures that we did not anticipate is a significant spike in the number of inmates with the county. We weren't necessarily anticipating. As an example, this is always a budget pressure for us. The inmate per diem, or the per diem per day cost, operating cost of an inmate, is about $34.14 at the regional jail. That equates to about $12,400 per year. I had to look at this number several times and make several calls to our regional jail over the last couple of weeks. As you all recall, back in the fall, we did have a COVID matter with some of our inmates and some of our correctional officers. So for about 3 weeks or so, I think the sheriff's here, we had the good fortune of being a partner with the regional jail so that we could work through that, get our jail stabilized here locally, get our correctional officers healthy, and of course that occurred. And so all the inmates that were at the regional jail, of course, came back. And looking at our inmate population, I didn't ask you this earlier, Sheriff, but the other day it was around 60 inmates, which is typically about our capacity at the local jail. I think we're rated for 49 or 50, so we have about 60. I was hoping that perhaps we've seen that increase in the number of inmates at the regional jail. I was really hoping it had to do with that 2 or 3 week period. It did not. The inmates, our inmate population at the regional jail has increased from about 145 inmates to about 200 or so. And And that has been sustained over the last several months now. That sustained and the increase of inmates can potentially be, over a year's time, several $100,000. Now, this has occurred through the years. We've had the good fortune through the years where inmate numbers have gone down. Other years, we've seen inmate numbers go up. We're not alone in this. It's no rhyme or reason. I'm looking at law enforcement on our board. There's no rhyme or reason in terms of how you try to predict crime, how do you try to predict arrest and correction. It is something that we have to address. And so that's a pressure point in this year's budget. Fortunately, as shared on the previous slide, we have the healthy revenues to do so. Yes, Mr. Taylor.
While you're on this subject, I just want to take a second just to say, good job, Sheriff, and to your department.
Doing your job. Lock them up. Keep them off the street.
Yes.
We'll find the money to pay for it.
Now,
We'll find it.
There is some speculation, I haven't had a chance to really talk with the sheriff. There is some speculation, and we've talked some. It could be the possibility that as the fact that jury trials have been suspended for a lengthy period of time, that it may be that the inmates are just waiting at the regional jail to be sentenced into the state prisons. That being said, there's also a delay in jury trials, perhaps potentially more bracing. We don't know, but again, trying to predict all of this. Some other ongoing impacts, COVID-related specifically, that we're seeing that we really never thought we would have. And you all have heard us talk about some of this. Human resources. As you all recall, that was one of the primary areas that this board wanted us to focus on last year in terms of needs. We've had the same amount of existing staff over really the last 15 years or so, while the county has grown in terms of employees and so forth, trying to process all of the payroll and the benefits and all the normal things, but then also the regulatory compliance of human resources. That being said, that position, of course, was pulled out of the budget. Now, we did, and we're able to use some CARES dollars to get some temporary assistance, but those dollars goes away. I'm saying that to say that the pressure on human resources has been enormous in terms of regulatory compliance because of COVID. If employees are out because of COVID, there's workers' compensation issues that we have to report to the Department of Labor. To track COVID leave, which is federally protected leave, there's an enormous amount of tracking involved in all of that. That's been a pressure point for us. Similarly with the landfill, we did not expect that we would have an abundance of trash and people cleaning out their basements and building new projects. And our building growth has been great. The real estate market at Smith Mountain Lake was the best year perhaps ever this past year, which has been all encouraging, but it's had a meaningful impact on the service levels of the county, including right now in the current year. You've heard us talk about clerk of the circuit court. Similarly, with interest rates down, subdivisions happening, property deeds have to be recorded. Also, concealed weapon permits are at record levels. All that has to be processed at the clerk's office. And so, and similarly for the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, caseload increases in waiting these jury trials. So we had part-time positions there in the clerk's office and the Commonwealth Attorney. That was pulled out of the budget as human resources and some money for landfill in terms of the competitiveness for equipment operators. Law enforcement, fire EMS, and I know the sheriff's here as well as Mr. Ferguson, Chief Ferguson. We've seen an impact there whereby if employees are out because of COVID illness and are isolating and quarantining, someone's got to fill that shift. You can't just necessarily close down a shift. We have had to close down offices on occasions and work from home. You can't necessarily do that in fire, EMS, and law enforcement. And then I think it was mentioned earlier, how has this affected our capital? If you all recall, again, we wanted to put the $200,000 both on the school side and the county side in the budget. We took it out because of COVID. What did that mean? Well, that means further pushing back the next vehicle for replacement on our fire apparatus, which is the Snow Creek fire truck. You all will painfully know that because that is a piece of apparatus that's been desperately needed. And the more it's pushed back, the further in the hole that the capital budget to fund our apparatus replacement for fire trucks happens and occurs. And so that's also had an effect on us in our current year. So what would we recommend? Are we recommending that we use all of the revenue that I mentioned earlier that we can now say is on this in this year's budget for 2021. No, not necessarily. That necessarily would not be prudent or cautious. But what we will say, there are areas that we would recommend based on those budget pressures that we have to address. Certainly, it goes without saying the regional jail per diem and debt. That again is because of those the sustained increase in inmates, and there's no indication that that's coming down anytime soon. The county CIP, putting back that $200,000. The school CIP, again, Dr. Cobb's earlier, and that discussion that we had with the board earlier, I'll talk about that a little bit further in a minute, how possibly that can be utilized if the school project for Rocky Meadow Elementary, as an example, the 400,000 plus odd project, 200,000, if it's appropriated in the 2021 budget, could go towards that project, meaning in the current fiscal year. Project begins in June, funds from the current fiscal year that are there could possibly, again, be utilized if the board so appropriates such funding. Then in next year's budget, the 200,000 some odd dollars would come off the top of the capital transfer next year, is how that possibly could be funded if it's the board's pleasure. Public safety, again, some dollars there putting back to help with their overtime issue. Similarly, with the Sheriff's Department, we'll see the 911 Center. Again, Clerk of the Circuit Court, Commonwealth's Attorney, the HR. These are all the priority, if you will, things in the current budget year. And so, in doing so, the board certainly can discuss this and look and can appropriate and take action today. Funds are collected, they're there. We're past the December collections. We would again not recommend utilizing all of the captured revenue, but a small, sizable, but yet not the large amount or the larger portion of it, of the dollars there to address those needs. And then anything above and beyond that, because there are other things obviously taken out of this current year's budget, as we have budget work sessions coming up on February 2nd, whether we do this afternoon, we can discuss some of those areas as well. So I will pause there to see if there's any discussion or board action towards this item before we start getting into talk about capital. I have not forgot about specifically, and as we talk about capital, I know it was a question regarding fire truck and fire apparatus replacement. I do have a couple of slides there to a possibility to address that topic before we get into looking at 2022. Again, this is the current year budget, 2021, and I can answer any questions, Mr. Chairman. Again, we're pleasantly thankful, I should say, that our projections came in, or the actual revenue collections came in better than the projections back from last April and May. So we're all very thankful.
Any questions?
Mr. Whitlow, can you flip back to the previous slide, please? Is it fair enough to say that most of the items on this chart, with the exception of the, maybe the jail, these are going to be recurring expenses?
Yes, that is fair to say.
So we can look forward to that $1 million increase in next year's budget.
It would come out of this year's budget.
Right.
Not necessarily, it would be carried forward. In other words, you wouldn't need an additional $1 billion.
No, right. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the clerk of court position, 15,000, is that enough for them to actually get that position?
That is the position that they had. Well, one of the recommendations, Mr. Mitchell, that was requested. Now they are looking at possibility of requesting further positions in next year's budget.
Okay. This just takes care of the part-time now.
That's correct.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I would just like to say that, we're talking about spending the money, but I'd like to compliment the staff on getting us to where we are. Because I think y'all made some tough decisions. The board had to make tough decisions. And I just think that we're due staff a compliment for putting us in this position.
Yeah, I think y'all give us too much credit sometimes.
It's staff.
Yeah.
Well, certainly I'd be remiss if I did not thank Mr. Carter and the solid team in finance and budget, and my office, our assistants, and, really the entire county staff. And as I said, again, the leadership of this board, and really our citizens. Thankful our citizens are purchasing services in Franklin County. They're purchasing things online. And, Franklin County citizens and this board and previous boards, the philosophy of we pay as we go. We pay our debt, we pay our bills. I am thankful to work in the community that does that. So anyway.
Mr. Chairman, can I make one more comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Whitlow, I think I'm really glad to see that you've got the HR position back in here. Whether people understand it or not, an organization of our size does not have a human resource director. We have, I think, just one individual. That is our HR department.
That's correct, Ms. Smith. We have one individual really handling the human resource compliance matter. Then we have another individual that handles payroll.
Yes, my mistake, yes. So essentially, you've got two payroll human resource individuals with no ability for succession planning. And that is something that should worry all of us on the board. We've got to start taking care of this organization from a personnel standpoint and for capacity. There are levels of service that can be compromised and are being compromised. And we're going to have to demonstrate some vigilance, with each budget cycle to get us where we need to be at a staffing level.
I think it's imperative upon this board, I'm dittoing what you're saying. I think it's imperative on this board, as we've discussed in the past, that we've kicked a can down the road that can no longer be kicked. And I think this board is instructing you that we need to make sure our county is strong and it's in good shape, and it's because of all of our citizens. They have worked together, all of our staff, and everybody's done their job. And if we need to grow staff to continue this type service that we have all displayed and are used to, then we got to do that. You got to do that. And that's where I think you're hearing this board tell you that. My one question is, in the beginning where all this, it was your first or second slide, where everything had been cut, this one? Well, go back one more. You had it there, right there, where the reductions and all of that. In your numbers, they included this reduction, or did you put, or have you brought it back up to where it was to begin with?
In terms of the entire reduction, the recommendation is not necessarily to restore. It was reduced by 2.9 million. We're recommending today to restore 1.1 million of the 2.9. And the items that you see before.
Mr. Chairman?
So this is restoring it, about half of it back.
Give or take, yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir.
If it's appropriate at this time, I'd like to bring a motion to the board that we restore these funds.
1 second. Okay? Anyone else got any comment or any questions? Is everything? Mr. Carter?
I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we restore the 1.1 million back to fund the $1,067,046.
Second.
Madam Clerk, I think we'll do a roll call on this one.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and I assume in that motion, putting back funds appropriate to those funds accordingly.
Correct. Mr. Carter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification, if I may, that inclusion of the 200K for the schools, we're going to deal with that separately?
We'll
or
deal with that separately.
Okay,
It may come from this, but we're gonna deal with it
okay,
separately.
very good, thank
My
you.
math's right now, all he needs 266, right?
Huh?
If my math's right now, all they need is 266, right?
Well, if we do it this way, right?
Right? Yep.
We'll,
And we can come back to that.
we'll come back to that.
I can explain and expand on that.
I'd like for you, the board, that was the conclusion earlier, that we wait until after you get through with everything. I think we're jumping.
As we look in terms of capital improvement, great segue, because we talk a lot about school capital and county capital. You know, you've seen this slide before, we've seen these slides before in last year's budget work sessions. Our capital funding has remained relatively flat, really since 2003, meaning we've only been appropriating approximately $2.2 billion on the county side, $1.2 billion on the school side. That really hasn't changed. Last year, we did an exercise to try to annualize that with CPI or inflation. And that really indicated to us we really should be funding about $2.9 billion adjusted for inflation, about $1.6 billion on the school side. And so Kent's trying to get a little bit each year with the board's action just now of adding back some dollars to capital helps us do that. And these are just a couple of slides we shared with these last year, kind of the flat lines of showing how little our capital has grown, remaining relatively flat in terms of in funding. You've seen this slide before as well. You know, we have numerous school buildings and campuses, 15 approximately, 170 buses approximately. Again, that annual capital, 880,000 and 340,000. Now with the additional 200,000, that can assist in helping with that. On the county side, we spent a lot of time last year talking about the increasing cost of fire, EMS, and apparatus. A rescue ambulance, as an example, some 15 years ago was $125,000, essentially doubled. We shared this last year. Same thing for a fire engine, essentially doubled in price in 15 years. A Quint or a ladder truck alone, well over $1 million. A tanker, you see the numbers there. Very expensive in terms of keeping our citizens safe, but yet a necessity. I talked earlier about the compression of our capital plan and how that has pushed back, if you will, the funding of our fire apparatus. And so the fact that we've had that same amount of capital each year, and now we've added some back today, thank the board for that. What has happened specifically, the next vehicle on the fire truck or fire apparatus replacement is Snow Creek. Now that's been pushed back a couple of years, and what's happened, it gets pushed into the year that another department needs their truck, and it just keeps pushing, it just keeps building and building, and so the hole gets deeper and deeper. And so we really try to strategize, you know, how do we really try to start digging ourselves, if you will, out of that hole per se. We have an opportunity with the $200,000 that the board just appropriated. With the COVID discretionary reserve, we're expecting about $500,000 remaining from that discretionary balance. This board appropriated $1 million for a rate stabilization fund. You appropriated some for broadband. You appropriated some for COVID contingencies. All that is still intact. And the balance that we're estimating is around $400,000 or $500,000. Again, that can be allocated to a specific one-time need. Again, these are one-time dollars, $100 million. And so, in doing so, in taking the $200,000, then restoring back to the capital budget that the board just took action on earlier, coupled with $300,000 in this discretionary dollars from COVID, we can fund the fire truck apparatus replacement. And of course, that next truck on the list was the Snow Creek Department. And the board can take action if they so choose today on that matter. What that does then, it also frees up some flexibility in next year's budget for further apparatus for other vehicles. Now, will it fund the next fire truck? We don't know yet. Certainly, it frees up $200,000 towards next year's overall capital plan. And we know there's a need there because there's another fire truck replacement that will be on the list. So I'll pause there. to answer any questions that the board may have regarding this possibility. If the board wishes further discussion or needs further information on this, we can bring that to you. But
Mr.
again,
Chairman.
Any questions or comments?
Yes, sir, I have
Mr. Mitchell.
one concerning Snow Creek's tanker. They've been very patient and really haven't fussed at me because they understood the position that the county was in. But I will say that thankfully there has to be no changes in the building. All we need to do is finance the truck. We don't have to rebuild anything. And they're looking at a truck that fits their building and fits their needs. And I'd love to see it appropriated today to where we could tell them, we are getting your truck.
Do we have any figures on what the cost of that truck is?
That was my next question, yep.
I know Mr. Ferguson, Chief Ferguson's in the room today. Of course, I'm putting him on the spot. I didn't ask him to be ready for this, but I do understand approximately $500,000 should cover the cost of the equipment. Certainly, Mr. Ferguson, I don't know if you have any further thoughts or insight on the cost of that apparatus. It's probably been a while since it's been costed because we had to push it back a few years.
Yeah, we've spec'd it out, and have the budgets, and, 500,000 will cover the cost. I won't say something, and I'm guessing here, we're going to say over 50 to 60.
That was my understanding too.
465 seems to ring a bell.
Any more questions or comments?
I have,
Mr. Carter?
How far behind are we on purchasing that truck? 2 years?
I think approximately 2 years.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Who's next, Director Ferguson?
Let's try to keep it in order here, okay?
All right.
Who's next?
thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Mr. Whitlow, the $300,000 you're suggesting, that is of that $500,000 discretionary reserve, correct? Leaving a balance of $200K in that account. I'm looking at the correct reserve.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
approximately. And when we get the final numbers, we will, that's an approximation that we think will be sustained. About 500,000.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell, Ronnie Mitchell?
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine.
Who was next? Is it Burnt Chimney, Director Ferguson? Burnt Chimney? Okay.
Any more questions or comments?
I would love to make a
Are we
motion.
in a position for a motion?
No, sir. We'll get it in just a moment, okay? I got a list going here, and we'll go, I'm writing everything on that list. We'll get it there in order. Mr. Whitlow, please continue.
Okay, again, if the board wants to come back to this at the end, we can, or like to take action now, or whatever.
We'll come back at the end with, right now on my list here, we got 3 things to deal with.
Okay, all right, I'll keep moving then, Mr. Chairman, you want me to keep moving?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Looking forward to the 2022 budget. So when you look at next year's department requests, this is high-level requests that are we're just now scrubbing. We worked over the weekend on a lot of our budget. We'll be working through this in upcoming budget work sessions. Again, no surprise here with our capital request, fire EMS vehicles and equipment, $1.7 million. Of course, we can shave off if the board so chooses today to move forward with that fire truck. $400,000 there, trying to make a dent in some of this. IT, I will just pause there, you'll hear more from us. The pressure points for IT specifically today is cybersecurity. We are seeing an increased attack on local governments in Virginia. Several have been attacked from a cybersecurity standpoint. Their systems have been hacked. Far easier to address it before than after the attack occurs. But significant dollars. These are significant dollars. Again, we haven't balanced the capital plan for you today. These are just some early requests. Solid waste equipment, we will need to look at the purchase of an excavator this year. Likely, the replacement of a leachate water tank, collection tank at the landfill. We think we can push that back a year or two. We think we can get another year or two out of that. Parks and recreation, we've seen those programs grow. As with playgrounds and equipment, and as with lights, and as with facilities, once you have them, they break down, you have to maintain them. Eventually, you have to start replacing things like tennis courts is one of the large items. And of course, our Parks and Recreation Department is also home to our high school tennis team. We know the life of that tennis court is beyond its useful life. That's in some of those numbers. Sheriff's vehicles and replacement and equipment. The sheriff's vehicles today, of course, the state contract, when you purchase those, there's been an increase in the cost of those vehicles with the vehicles of today as opposed to yesterday. Again, inflationary factors. We talked about the 911 center and needs there. In addition, when we look out the future years, not just in 2022, but when we look over the next 4, 5, 6 years, we'll be looking at HVAC replacements, facilities, building maintenance, broadband expansion. It's hard to believe that in the next 2 or 3 years, our radio system, I always refer to it as our new radio system. Our new radio system will be our old radio system in about 2 to 3 years. They have to be replaced about every 10 years. That's the useful life of a radio system. Rather costly. We'll be talking about that. Landfill equipment, very similar. Cell construction, we built cell 1 and cell 2, and that's working well. But about 3 or 4 years, those cells fill up with trash. So we'll have to be looking at constructing another new cell. Fire apparatus, EMS vehicles that we mentioned. Major capital projects that we know that are on the horizon, and we'll be talking a lot about these over the coming year. Our middle school HVAC replacement, our high school potential CTE expansion, food building, renovations, 911 center, fire EMS stations. We know there are several, of course, in addition to our Glenville station, there are several on the horizon that need planning. We need to begin planning for those soon. Public safety building construction, I think, was mentioned by this board in terms of the offices, maybe a permanent home for our public safety center, and whether that's in conjunction with a communication center or whatever the case may be. We know we've got money set aside to begin to start the planning for those. More on that later. And then, of course, Summit View, in terms of a lot of capital investments been made at Summit View. Fortunately, the private sector has invested in Summit View. Our 3 available sites are under construction or spoken for. We have the opportunity to build an additional pad with the good fortune of 2 significant grants that the county was able to secure this year. Certainly the $5 million grant from the Economic Development Administration to be matched with the grant from VDOT as well as Smart Scale for the connector road. And some of the dirt and supply of the dirt from that connector road will afford and will allow on that D3 connector to build that next pad, because essentially we're out of sites to market already at the park. I say this to say, some of you, yes, very large investment, but some of you, of course, with private investment, it's really about leveling the playing field in terms of the taxpayer, rather than a lot of our residents and citizens shouldering the burden of taxes. When new investment is made, specifically with the companies that have made investment at the business park, we get taxes on those facilities, on those industrial facilities, both real estate, personal property, but specifically machinery and tools. And so, as we look out in future years, as that park continues to develop, there is a return on that. I just wanted to note that for our citizens. In terms of expenditure pressures, as we look into next year, of course, we know we were not able to do a cost of living adjustment this year. Was able to, year before last, I believe, to work at 2%. We wanted to do more. The pressure cost of CSA, of course, held that down in that particular year. We're trying to dig our way out of that. But we know personnel, recruitment, retention, as our chairman had noted earlier, it's important, and it's something we have to keep our eye on. This one here, I just want the board to be aware, not necessarily anything that we need to do today, but as we go into the budget, minimum wage increases, of course, they've already been approved in Virginia. Our minimum wage in Virginia will go to $9.50 an hour on May 1st. hasn't occurred. It's just something for us to keep our eye on. We want to keep that on the radar to watch closely over the next coming year.
Have you, has the sheriff come up with the figures that we discussed last month and the difference from the starting pay of the state police and the county?
I have not debriefed with the sheriff on that. I will tell you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we do have future work sessions coming up in February, and we do specifically want to hold a work session specifically to talk about pay and compensation, because I know concerns have already been expressed regarding that very topic of competitive pay market and state police. So we'll certainly be following up with you, Sheriff, and including that information
Great.
for the board. Other expenditure pressures I've already mentioned: corrections and detention. I've mentioned these other: cybersecurity on the capital side and public safety needs. One of the unknowns that we really need to watch and keep our eyes on is the long-term COVID impact on our human services sector, specifically social services, CSA. We talked about corrections. There's been many, many months now of children in need of services, whether it be at the school level, the long-term impact on the schools in terms of remote education, and essentially on social services and kids that may not necessarily are able to be in counseling and other services. And it's not just our children. I think on Piedmont Community Services, on mental health services, a lot of concern from COVID now of everyone's emotional health and so forth, and the impact that would be. We don't know what the impact of that would be on human services. I don't know what that is. I don't have the crystal ball, but everyone's expecting at least some impact on that and the pressure points there. There were and are 14 new position requests included in the budget for 2022. I don't have that list in front of you. We won't go through those today. It's early. And then it was already mentioned succession planning. And this last one is a big item that I know Dr. Cobbs and Mr. Terry and our school system are working diligently at, and really how to address. And let me just say, it's not necessarily unique to Franklin County. It's unique to school systems statewide. And that's the drop in average daily membership. Perhaps unique to Franklin County. Prior to COVID, the county for the last 13 years or so has really seen a reduction in the number of students in our school system of almost 1,000 students. Over the last couple of years, it's accelerated, as I understand, potentially this year more so. Now, what does that mean from a budgetary standpoint? Thankfully, the governor and the budget legislators, the General Assembly, are working together because I think they recognize statewide the impact on COVID. And so there's a hold harmless provision for school systems in the current year and the proposed year for next year to hold school systems harmless of reduced state funding to help drops in average daily memberships. Many kids may have dropped out of school systems for a number of reasons, whether it's online education or private education, homeschooling, etc. This is something I think our school system certainly will be working towards to address over the next couple of years. Thankfully, again, if that whole harmless provision holds, it's good. It maybe buys some time, but it's one that the community will have to work at and work with. It's going to be substantial in terms of the reduction of dollars in state funding support of schools. Lastly, I won't go through all of these. I would be remiss if I did not remind the board of its strategic plan and our vision. Of course, this is prior to COVID. This may change some. I recognize that this has not been reviewed in some time, but likely it may be, Mr. Chairman, during our summer months is typically when we work towards looking at strategic plans and dusting those off and looking at those. We're fortunate that we're checking and hitting the mark on a lot of these. I'll just mention the 1% annual population growth. I'm not sure what that will be. I'm hoping that maybe one of the positives that comes from COVID is Franklin County, open spaces, green spaces, good place to raise a family, and we're seeing that in our building start increases in our building department and new homes, as well as the focus in our work on our do have, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, a budget calendar. We've shared this previously on several occasions. We'll be looking to hold work sessions on February the 2nd, following your broadband meeting at 3:30, your regular board meeting on the 16th, again on the 23rd. These are all Tuesdays, and then on March the 2nd. And of course, in those work sessions, we will address further the capital improvement plan, compensation and benefits, our departments, our operating pressures in more detail. The school system is scheduled to present on March the 16th, on April 20th. Then would look to hold potentially a public hearing with possibly April 27th as a target for possible budget adoption. Again, I know that's flexible, but that's my calendar expectation now, and I'll make sure I hand those out. 3 or 4. If you have any questions, Mr. Chairman, I can answer them. Mr. Chairman, of the different items.
Any questions?
I want to make a comment, Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. Whitlow, I've talked to you about this. I think I've mentioned it to the board. I think it is going to be imperative to this board that this summer we take an opportunity to look at our capital planning. We, of course, need to dust off the strat plan, but our capital planning needs to be reevaluated, perhaps reprioritized, and allow this board to create perhaps a rearranging of priorities with more specificity. But I think our time would be well spent to drill down on those two areas this summer. And I'd like to work towards giving staff direction, sometimes probably in March or April, to start preparing for that.
Thank you. Maybe we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back, and we've got 3 matters to vote on. I want to make sure that's correct with the clerk. And we'll go, where do we stand with the, on the consent agenda number 3 with 5 more minutes? All right, at the end of the break, that'll be ready. guess they still working on that 5-minute deal.
Well, I'm here.
You're
I'm
here,
here.
Tommy.
I'm here. You know if I'm here, everybody else will be here.
Yeah. So, well, we'll have to wait just a second and see if they got that, on that, number 3 on that consent agenda.
Y'all just call me Tommy Jr.
That's it, there you go.
I'm good with it.
Are they coming?
The sheriff's office is helping us locate Mr. Phillips.
He went to his office.
Go. I'll wait. We'll wait.
No, I said, let the man go back.
Oh,
Thank you.
No, I'm sure.
While we're waiting on Mr. Whitlow, I have a question for Mr. Spencer in the back, if he could answer for me real quick. How much does a new school bus cost?
Different departments there.
I think so.
Okay, just a rough estimate,
What you got?
a little bit. Okay,
Thank you, sir.
appreciate it.
105? 105 maybe?
Yeah, they're up to 115 or so.
But when you've got that many school buses, 160, much better, much better.
all right, on our first item that we need to address, it's gonna be number 3 on your consent agenda, where we held and it went back and done some rewriting. And everybody's had a minute to look over that. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, we approve item number 3 as rewritten by staff.
I'll second that. I'm sorry, Mr. Carter.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Any further on that, Madam Clerk? All right, Mr. Carter, if you will come forward to answer, oh, there's Mr. Whitlow, he's back over there now. If you all will come forward, please, in the event there's any questions. Our second item up is going to be in reference to the school's request. Board, what's your pleasure? You got any questions or comments? How do you want to do this? The one problem that I have is the fact of appropriating any kind of funds prior to them being approved. If we can come up with a plan and a way with this 200,000 or any other suggestions that with staff having, that we can have that money covered prior to, with the understanding that will come right off of the, on the new budget, that it'll come off the top. That's how I feel about it. The rest of you, Tim?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to echo that. I agree. I have a problem with allocating money that we don't have yet, but it's my understanding we have the money that we can put together in a different package for you and get this project moving forward. I support whatever we can do to get this project going the quickest. The sooner we can get it done. They have a target. They want to get it done over the summer where it doesn't, interfere with the school. And I completely understand that. If I fully support, if we can pull the funds how we need to without allocating money that we don't have. So I don't want to say it's coming out of next year's budget because we haven't passed next year's budget. But if we've already added another 200,000 just a few minutes ago, if we come up with another 266,000, and then if we have to, we can take that money from next year's budget when we pass next year's. But whatever we can do to get that project moving as soon as possible.
Mr. Carter, I know you all have talked about that. What is your recommendation on how we can move forward?
Mr. Chairman, there we go. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that There were two options. So hearing the comments of the board not being willing to commit future funds that have not been appropriated, I think that was one option. So taking that off the table, then as you mentioned, we've approved the 200,000. So we would need an additional 266,000. The only way to do that with money in hand is to use fund balance or an additional reserve. We do have additional money. We should have additional money in our discretionary from our COVID. That would be cutting it close. I would prefer we just pull it out of fund balance right now. We have that $3 million extra, if you remember from my presentation, with the understanding that that $266,000 will be adjusted out of the $880 when we look at the 2022 budget process. That way the money's in hand, the money's obligated, and the school system can sign the contracts, and the board is not committing future funds at that point. It's what's already in hand.
No question.
Mr. Mitchell?
Will the money be replaced in the fund balance?
So if the school, if the board appropriates the $880,000 as part of the 2022 budget process over the next few months, that would be my recommendation, is that $266,000 that we would normally fund the school system out of the $880 go back to replenish fund balance. Yes, sir.
That's the only way I could support it.
Yes.
That it does go back.
Ah.
And I would like to ask that in our motion that we ask the school board or direct them to prioritize the schools that have not been, that doesn't have the air conditioning for the cafeterias, and so that money will go to those, getting these last, Sontag, Snow Creek, and is there some more?
Did you all hear his question? Come on. Did you all hear his question? He's asking that you compile a list of the other schools that are in need of air conditioning and a priority list.
Yeah, it's only 2 schools left beyond these 2 we're discussing, which is Sontag and Glade Hill.
If you could comprise that list and pass it on to staff, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gundy.
Mr. Mitchell actually asked my question, but the only way I would vote for this would be to make sure that money goes back into fund balance. I want that put in, some type of part of the motion that money goes back to fund balance.
Yes, sir.
I agree with all the comments that have been made. Probably gonna have to have some guidance to put this in the form of a motion so that we cover all these different points, but I would like to see us move forward with this today. I mean, if we're talking about spending $500,000 on a fire truck, I think we need to take care of this air conditioning problem.
Mr. Tatum, you got anything else to add? Smith?
No, sir.
Mr. Mitchell?
I'd like to make a motion if everybody's done.
It's my understanding that when we make the motion, that it is made to clarify, well, if you don't do it, you make your motion. If we don't like it, they'll vote it down, but to clarify that the money's to be repaid back.
I think I got it.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve taking the $266,000 out of fund balance to move forward with Rocky Mount cafeteria air conditioning in planning for fiscal year 21-22, that $266,000 go back into the fund balance out of the normal $880,000. How's that?
For 21-22.
For 21-22.
Everybody shake. It's him. All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you read the motion back, please?
Be it therefore resolved by the Board of Supervisors to approve the additional $266,000 from the fund balance to move forward, for the school to move forward with Rocky Mount Cafeteria Air Conditioning Project, with the understanding this money will be adjusted from the $880,000 in fiscal year 21 to 22 to the school to replenish the fund balance.
Mr. Chairman, I would offer a friendly amendment to the motion, if I may.
Absolutely.
I think we need to include the fact that the 200,000 that we just allocated through our previous motion would be within the confines and context of going towards this project per se, that money be allocated for that.
Any problem with that amendment, adjustment?
I just have one question. Is the money for the one that's already been approved, that money's already available, isn't it?
It is now, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any other thing before I call the question? Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on that, please?
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Taylor.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Yes. All right, then our next one that I have on the agenda here is the fire truck at Snow Creek. I'll open the floor up for comments.
You looking for comments or a motion?
Comments.
I'd like to see it approved.
Anyone else?
I agree, we need to quit kicking that can down the road. Time to pick it up.
All right,
Thank y'all so much.
Mr. Leland Mitchell, make your motion, sir.
Yes, sir, I make a motion that we authorize the money for a well-delayed Snow Creek tanker truck, and as soon as we can get it ordered.
Second.
Yep. And all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Madam Clerk, have you got us on track now? We've got everything caught up.
We should be caught up. Next.
All right. Mr. Whitley, your turn. Short and
Yes.
sweet.
Yeah, short and sweet. I've already been long-winded. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of
People love
reminders,
me.
February 2nd, broadband meeting at 3 p.m. and the budget at 3:30. And then also understand that the Board of Supervisors, many of you and many of our citizens are likely inquiring. You've fielded a lot of inquiries from the Virginia Department of Health regarding vaccinations. And so I had the opportunity to reach out to our West Piedmont District Health Director, Dr. Gately, this morning, and some of his staff. And of course, I'll try to be brief, Mr. Chairman, but just to share with you and with the board, and I can give you some other information on the vaccines and kind of how that's handled. Of course, you know, it's the federal government was tasked with developing the vaccine, and of course, then the states are tasked with distributing the vaccine. That therein, logistically, we've all seen the news reports and how problematic that has been, because we have 50 states, and 50 states do things differently. The Commonwealth of Virginia, of course, is currently working on this issue, and speaking with the health department this morning, Franklin County belongs to the West Piedmont Health District, which includes Martinsville and Henry County and Patrick County. A lot of our news media outlets, of course, are the Roanoke market. Well, the Roanoke has their own separate health district, and not necessarily Franklin County. The vaccines are being distributed statewide separately and differently to each district based on actually the ability, and I've learned some things this morning of why there's some of the issues. A lot of it is from what I gather, is reporting issues. A lot of the health systems, Carilion as an example, and others, are equipped with their electronic records management system to meet the CDC guidelines that have been federally placed upon the vaccination. Many other local clinics, independent doctors and other clinics and so forth have different electronic systems. All systems are different. If the systems are incompatible with the CDC, as I understand, the Virginia Department of Health cannot necessarily distribute the vaccines to those respective clinics until their electronic systems are updated. The state is working through that. I think they noted they have someone working on that as we speak. Currently, Franklin County, again, belonging to the West Piedmont Health District, and I think it's important for the board and certainly our listeners and viewers to understand, Franklin County is not necessarily, the health department is not necessarily a department of Franklin County. It is a branch office of the West Piedmont Health District of the Virginia Department of Health. And so, as a board and as staff, I know we can become frustrated because we really can't control what we really don't control. That being said, we have expressed our concerns to Dr. Gately and the West Piedmont District. And they are working to navigate, if you will, through all of the offices in the VDH department, specifically in Richmond, on the vaccine. Currently, as I understand, the West Piedmont District is in a Tier 1A. We've all heard these tiers, 1A and 1B. 1B, West Piedmont Health District, has noted they're looking to go to 1B as early as today or tomorrow. Now, what does that mean? Well, as I understand, and what I'm learning is, just because you go to 1B, which is meaning that that's the stage of the vaccine for those older, those aged 65 and older, first responders, teachers, things of that nature. Just because the state may say that we've now in West Piedmont are in 1B, doesn't mean there's any vaccines available to administer 1B. It just means that the district is now qualified to administer 1B. Very frustrating, and it's frustrating for our local health department. As an example, they place an order once per week for vaccines, and in that, there's no guarantee of how many doses the health district will receive. And so, not knowing, it's been very problematic for the health department and district to set up what we call these large pod vaccination clinics. We are working, Chief Billy Ferguson in public safety, as well as our school system, and Carl Klein with Rocky Mount, Franklin Carilion Memorial, rather, working on these larger pod distribution vaccination clinics. The problem is no one knows in terms of the vaccine supply chain when that's going to open up enough to have large quantities of vaccine. There have been very limited quantities, as I understand. Hospitals are working through a different supply chain through the Hospital Association, and so they've seen some greater success in terms of Carilion than the health department and some of the local offices and pharmacies. That being said, of course, staff is advising and putting up public information and flyers, and we're submitting all of the information, trying to get it out through our library, our website, all means that we know, and refer citizens to the appropriate contacts and numbers. We are readily available. We've made ourselves readily available to the health department and the health district in terms of coordinating if we got into a position of needing volunteers to assist. We stand ready. We've lended our resources to the health department, but really they're at the mercy of the orders that they place in Richmond, and then they're at the mercy of not knowing how many orders of vaccine that they received. I know this has been very concerning, not only to us, but to our legislators. And Dr. Gately had noted he had fielded a phone call with Delegate Byron and Delegate or Senator Newman, I believe, because he also represents the Lynchburg area, as late as this weekend. So, Mr. Chairman, again, I said I would try not to be long-winded. I know I have been, but it's a very important topic. And again, to reiterate to the board and the citizens, we will get information out to citizens as soon as we have it. But again, that's all coming from the Virginia Department of Health.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if they don't have vaccines, they need to say we don't have vaccines. There is ambiguity amongst the citizens. I am fielding a lot of inquiry, and nobody knows why. It looks from the outside, public perception is that it is run amok, the entire process. So if there's a methodical, consistent way to talk about delivery of the vaccine, if we're not doing it and if we're not fully through 1A, let's say why. Because people are sitting wondering. I've got people going to other localities to get their vaccines. So that's why Chris, I've been on Chris, I don't mind saying, about getting with Dr. Gately, because we need to understand, our citizens need to understand what is the problem. And if it's because we don't have vaccines, let's say it.
Well, I will tell you today from what the health department has said, we do not have vaccines.
Then say it.
Chris, as you know, I called you a few days ago. I have the constituent in my district that has offered assistance with getting information out to the citizens. Mr. Don Vineyard and Carl Edwards, they're supposed to come and speak at public comment at 6 tonight. I haven't heard from him. I'm hoping he's still coming. But he's more or less begging, hey, we're here, use us, anything we can do to help get information out to the citizens. I know Director Ferguson reached out to him, so he's going to come speak this evening. So if he can help y'all in any way, that's why he's coming. He wants to help with getting the correct information to the citizens.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have one. Bobby Thompson also reached out to me this past week and basically gave me the same statement that Mr. Mitchell said from Carl Edwards. He's available if you need some citizen support, whether you want to form a citizens committee to help get this information out. He said he would be happy to help in any way. So that's just something to think about if we decide we want to put together a citizens review committee to help. I don't know if a citizens review committee would be any benefit, but if you think that it may help, that's two people right now that have indicated they would like to help if they could.
Mr. Chairman, you have anything else?
Mr. Chairman, that's okay.
Mr. Whitlow, do you have anything else?
It's late in the afternoon, Mr. Chairman. No, that's all the updates I have. Thank you.
All right. Going to other matters by supervisors. What's your pleasure? Mr. Carter.
I have one item I'd like to discuss with the board and staff. In 2019, this board entered into an aid to construction agreement with Roanoke Gas Corporation. The basis of that was state regulation said the utility couldn't fund extensions that are, quote, speculative in nature. If you all remember at the time, I voted against it, Mr. Tatum voted against it. This board agreed to give them $100,000 up front, not to exceed $3.35 million. I think that money was budgeted from some 2019 Summit View borrowing. I want to know, do they have the $100,000? And just for your all's information, if this is built, that gas main will be the property of Roanoke Gas. We don't own it, but we paid for it. NextEra Energy and Con Edison this year extended their contracts with Mountain Valley Pipeline to come to a halt at the end of 2021 if that pipeline is not complete. We need to know, what did Roanoke Gas do with their contract at that time? I think the board needs an update on this. Where do we stand moving forward? Can we get our money back? Because it looks like MVP is hitting some major obstacles. And if I believe what I'm reading in the news media, the first day in office, Biden is going to stop the Keystone XL pipeline. If he stops that, that's going to be a death blow to Mountain Valley. And can we get out of this agreement at this time?
Can staff bring us back a report on all that, please?
Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, just from on that issue, for the benefit of Mr. Ronnie Mitchell and myself being new to the board, when staff brings back information, it would be helpful to have some background information as to the inception of that agreement and what it was based on, maybe even a copy of the document.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Tate.
A couple months ago, back before Christmas, we gave out some bonuses to our volunteers, and I have received numerous emails and cards and thank yous, and I'm sure each of you have as well. And I'd like to compliment our staff, Mr. Ferguson's staff, Mr. Carter's staff that put together this and made it happen. And I just want to say thank you for your hard work and putting that out there. With that said, of course, we know nothing is perfect. I want to go back, and this will be a request on Mr. Ferguson's staff to reach out to the fire chiefs and fire captains and rescue captains in the county and just make sure that we haven't missed anyone. I know that some people got left off some of the reports through Image Trend or whatever, but if anyone in the county met the criteria that we set, and that was answer one call after March 1st, then they qualified for a bonus. I want to make sure we don't miss any of our volunteers. So if you would, Mr. Ferguson, if you could reach out. I know Henry had 2 people that were left out, and 2 out of 24, that's not bad. That's pretty good. And I think I really compliment you all, and I've talked to some other departments that they said everyone was taken care of, and they were very complimentary, and I just applaud the hard work you did. And another suggestion that I'd like to see you put in the packet when we have a new member apply for membership to Franklin County Public Safety, to be a member of a fire or EMS department. Along with their application, we need to make sure they fill out, I think, the W-9 form for tax purposes, so that we don't come in and have a situation where we had to get a bunch of them signed and in by a certain date, so that these volunteers would qualify for their bonus. Some chiefs in the county and some captains, old school, they don't believe in receiving a stipend, and they talk a lot of their members out of getting a stipend. I'd like to see, when they come by and fill out an application with you, Mr. Ferguson, go ahead and have that extra form for them to sign and have all that taken care of at one time, so we don't have to play catch up. But if you could, just reach out to the chiefs and captains and see if they had anybody left off. And if they did, just, even if they don't show up on Image Trend or whatever, if they confirmed that this person ran 1, 2, 5, 10 calls, whatever, let's make sure they get a bonus, make sure they're covered, and let's try to fix the problem while they may get left off with some of these reports, whether it's human error or if it's an error in the system or what. I think it's the time we identified a small problem, let's fix it before it gets to be a bigger problem. And but I do want to say I appreciate the effort from both your departments, the hard work, and it didn't go unnoticed. I can tell you that. The people in the county, the volunteers, they really appreciate the hard work. And also with the new turnout gear, Mr. Ferguson, your people, I just have to say, job well done in working with all the volunteers and getting that out. That was no small task. That was over 300 sets of turnout gear, close to $1 million worth of turnout gear, and I think it went off without a hitch. A lot of good compliments on the quality of the turnout gear. I think people were really impressed with the gear that was selected. I know I have been with my turnout gear. It's for turnout gear, it's relatively comfortable compared to some that I've worn in the past. But I just want to say thank you for Brian and Billy for your hard work and for your people. Just tell them that we appreciate their hard work. The county appreciates you, and just thank you.
Mr. Mitchell, Leland Mitchell.
Yes, sir. I think I sent each of you a copy of a letter I received about B2X. I'm getting a lot of comments, and the gentleman that sent the letter, it wasn't in there, but he said the last thing that the man said to him, live with it, and he hung up. And we've known for several years and that we had originally a contract with B2X, I think some years ago, that was never signed and executed. I'm asking that we bring that back to the table, and whatever we need to do, because I don't think B2X is living up to their expectations, and basically they've had a free ride since 2006. And I believe I'm correct.
It's been some time, Mr. Chairman, but don't know the exact date, but B2X, but it's been several years, yes, sir.
Well, and the gentleman said he did not get what he paid for, and they would not give him his money back. And if we can't get at them one way, let's get them out another. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mitchell.
I'm going to ride on Mr. Leland Mitchell's coattail on that one, too. You're dead on it, Mr. Mitchell. I don't know what we can do about it, but even my internet provider, I don't get what I pay for. When you compare us to, we'll just say Roanoke Botetourt, they pay half what we pay, our citizens pay here, and they get probably 10 times better internet. I know we're a rural community, but I'd like to learn a little bit more about what he's talking with that certain internet provider. But if we need to step in, hold them accountable, I think we owe it to our citizens, especially right now. And I know we're got people working very hard on pushing the broadband, but anything, we appreciate you bringing it up, Mr. Mitchell. I want to take my time during other matters to do an update on Mr. Tatum and my diversity inclusion committee, where we're focusing on community unity. The last couple months have been wonderful. Our group is what I would call blossoming. We're really starting to get along. We've got good discussion going. Our moderator has even stepped out of the picture. We don't even need her anymore. So what we're kind of moving towards, just to give this board an update, there's going to be a lot of questions coming up in the coming months as whether this will be an official county thing or we're going to go private, make it where we maybe just get the county to support it. We've got a lot of questions to ask. Me and Tim's going to have a lot of questions for y'all. But what we're talking about now is the lack of resources for certain citizens in the county that would focus on right now 3 major topics. One is youth development, one is small business development, and then we want to tackle substance abuse. I made the comment in last year's budget season, it seems like every department that comes in and asks for more money, it all comes back full circle to substance abuse. With the youth development, it would be nice if we're thinking maybe somewhere along the lines of a community center where we have somewhere where our youth can go, where they can participate in activities, events. We've dabbled with the idea of partnering with Parks and Rec, maybe host some things at some of our parks in the county, and focus on youth development in that regard. Like I said, it's still a work in progress. We're working hard towards it. The small business development, for the citizens in this county, we want to put a tremendous focus on when our kids go through school. If they choose to go to college and come back, great, but if they don't, if they want to stay here, either get a job here in the county, but more importantly, if they want to start their own business, if they don't have the resources or people that they can go to talk to, we would like for that to be part of our community center, where small business people like myself, anyone else that would like to come in and mentor, it'd be a resource center for some of these people to come in, say, hey, I want to start this kind of business, and then we get them on the right track. And then the substance abuse, I think moving forward, I would hope the sheriff's office would support me when I make this statement, but substance abuse is probably a large reason we had to talk about $500,000 for the jail. That's why we have so much money spent on, correct me on my terminology, day placement schools for our children.
Special ed day placement.
Special ed day placement, foster kids, social services. It seems like everything last year that I learned when all these departments came in and spoke to us about their budgets, I relate everything back to substance abuse. And I think as leaders of this county, we should try to tackle that in any way that we can. That's kind of where we're at. We're still meeting once a month. We actually met twice in the month of January. Keeping the conversation going. It's been great. I've really enjoyed it. I hope my counterpart here has enjoyed it as well. But and then I'll end with this. With what everything going on in the country and even in our wonderful county here, if there's anything we can do to work on bringing our citizens together, we need some healing nationwide, locally. if staff can come back with any ideas that we can work on, I know our little committee is doing great things and we're working hard, but I don't think it's going to be enough to try to heal our county. I would like to ask staff if there's anything, any ideas, if there's any county employees that has ideas on what we may be able to do to work towards community unity and just bring people back together. This is, what's going on right now in the world and in the state of Virginia and Franklin County. I don't like it. I'm tired of seeing people fight with each other. And if there's anything we can do, I think as the leaders of this county, we need to put a tremendous amount of effort into that this year. And I think if we do, I think this county will really blossom and move forward even more than what we already are. And I would ask for your support if you guys are willing to roll up your sleeves and dig into that with me.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I had the opportunity to meet with the same committee earlier in the month, and one thing that really came out to me is the people that met with Ronnie and myself. I went into it with the attitude, I sure hope they don't come in thinking that we can throw a bunch of money into these projects, because the money doesn't exist. But that wasn't what any of them came in requesting. One thing that I saw from everyone that came in, and what the idea that was generated, is getting involvement from the community, reaching out to our business leaders, our business owners, and getting these business owners and developers to help mentor young people, to help grow ideas. And one thing that they had asked for, if we could commit from the county more than anything, is information resources. Maybe add to our website a page to where we can list these resources that are available once we have these resources put together, this community organizations, these centers, these mentoring projects that are available. Once they get up and running, use the county website to as information purposes, to someone can go on and say, okay, I have a 16-year-old son that has an interest in this type of business. He can go on the Franklin County website, look on this, and he can see that, hey, there's a businessman that meets every Tuesday afternoon at such and such location, and I can call this number, just as a resource. And I think I was really impressed that, these people that we talked to haven't come in with, hey, we just give us. Most of them came in and said, we want to help. We want to roll up our sleeves and help. And one thing that I have learned, there's a lot of churches in the county that's already doing what we're talking about doing. And what we need is for a central location to compile this information and make it available to where these services can be accessed. And I think that would be a big kicker, and it's not requiring any money from the county, but I think the dividends would be huge if we just pull together and support this and make it work. And I think it'll be a good thing. It's something new. Ronnie and I both said we shake our heads a lot because it's brand new. We're not sure. It's like trying anything else that's new. You don't really know until you stick your foot in the water and see. But I think there's a lot of interest out there, and I like to see when time comes that this board show some unity and stand behind it.
Mr. Cundy?
Well, I'm gonna name an unsung hero. They help us more than we realize. I was down at the landfill the other day, and I was well pleased, tickled how the operation's running. They face a mountainous of problems, mostly rain and mud and overwhelming sometime of trash. And I'd like to give Don Smith and his staff very much congratulations and thank you for the job that you all do, because that is, a lot of people don't look at in the county like we see it. And I once again like to thank you and your staff for what you do very much.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair?
I would like to follow up on Mr. Ronald Mitchell's comments. When we've got a governor that's talking about legalizing marijuana, putting it in the homes that they're allowed to grow 4 plants. And how is this going to alleviate or help in any way as far as drug abuse at home? And when you take it into the home, who are you carrying it to? You're carrying it to your children. And I can't see how, maybe I shouldn't say how a pediatric doctor would advocate that we need marijuana in the homes. It's just tough to take in.
Ms. Smith?
Yes, thank you. Chairman Thompson, in keeping with discussion about keeping the board up to date on the Housing Summit, you all are keenly aware that we kind of hit the pause button because of COVID and our inability to gather more than 10 people in the room. So I've been talking with Mr. Sandy, and we are hopeful that we can look towards setting something up in March, which would require some planning to begin in February. But we're going to have to continue to monitor the governor's regulations on COVID to see when we can get that moving. It's imperative that that summit be an in-person event. So that's the update on that. I know that we still need to get our work session with the school board back on the calendar for CTE. So we need to kind of at least be evaluating dates and timeframes more generally, I think, for that. And with respect to the CIP, I've been on the board a year, and one thing that we have not asked for or seen, unless I've missed something, Mr. Whitlow, I am very interested in the board either getting information or having a work session on our water and sewer. As we look at our capital priorities, hopefully this summer, I want to know where the needs are, what they are. Let's quantify them. Let's talk to the water authorities. Let's get them involved. And I need to understand specifically the relationships and how we move that needle. I know, Mr. Kunda, for example, I hear you talk a lot about water in your district. So that's one thing that I would like to at least get on our radar. The last thing I have, I just wanted to publicly announce, and it'll be in the papers and so forth. I'm going to host a Gills Creek Community Town Meeting next Monday, January 25th at 6 o'clock via Zoom. If you're interested in joining that, if you'll go to the county website and go to the Gills Creek Community news item and click on the link, that'll register you for the event, and we'll be able to send you a Zoom link so that you can participate. I'm looking forward to that. It'll be a series of updates, and we're going to try to do a Q&A, a question and answer period on Zoom. We'll see how it goes. But I certainly invite my colleagues to join me, and hopefully we'll have something that's informational for my constituents and any constituents really across the county. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. There's just one little thing I forgot, if I may. I've mentioned several times about a public information officer over the last year, and where does this board stand on that? I mean, can we entertain that idea? I've also mentioned a possible intern in the office in there. We were talking about people filling in shoes. I think an intern in the main office in here, if we can do it through Ferrum, Virginia Western, something like that. I think it'd be a good idea. We've actually acquired some pretty good employees through interns, if I'm not mistaken.
You've already got that program through the county administrative office, don't you?
We do. We do have internships through human resource, so forth. The issue being now is COVID
Right.
with students and
If we get an intern, maybe there's an employee that could maybe take on some PIO.
And we've had varying interns through the years out of several offices, and you're right, Mr. Mitchell, they're add a lot of value and potentially could be good succession planning and good employees. So we'll continue to encourage that.
Okay.
Madam Be careful with some of the interns.
Now.
I'm done, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I
for
know.
your
You,
recommendation.
for you that's watching on the TV there, clerk was an intern. Anyone else?
I'm done. Thank you.
All right.
And thank y'all for the support for the fire truck. I really appreciate it.
Sheriff, go ahead. That's long enough. Took you too long to get up there.
Mr. Chairman, I was just sitting there thinking before you all leave, I was going to reach out to certainly Public Safety and VDH, but since you all are getting calls on it, and it seems to be that there's going to be someone maybe to speak, Mr. Edwards, this evening, it dawned on me that certainly a good venue to get out some good pertinent information on the vaccinations, we could do that through our Code Red, through the 911 center. You know, a lot of times when you have websites, people fumble, sometimes can't get through those websites or may not have the ability, but certainly with the Code Red, we could directly text and make phone calls to, you know, whatever group of persons we want to reach. So I just want to let you know that from an informational standpoint moving forward, we'll work on getting with appropriate folks to offer that moving forward.
Thank you,
You can
Sheriff.
pretty much target that right to a specific area. code.
Specific area, group, age group, whatever we needed to determine. So I think that would be a good source to use to get direct information to them directly.
Thank
That
you
would
so
be a
much,
good-
Sheriff.
Good thing for the staff to do. Thank you.
I didn't even know we had it.
Anyone else? All right. All right, we're going to request for a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711, A1 personnel, discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions. A3, discussion of the acquisition on real property or the disposition of real property. A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract where discussion in public would adversely affect the bargaining position or negatively strategy of the county in regards to a potential boundary adjustment with a neighboring county and in regards to an existing lease of county property of the Code of Virginia as amended. Need to take a roll call vote? Do that.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Done. Roll call?
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Condon?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Madam Clerk, we can turn everything off and just stay here?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
If you want to shut the door.
What? What do you say?
Oh, oh, good
Trying to
Lord,
drink
God
your
bless
drink.
you.
From a comment thing?
Is this the same as this?
I don't know.
I think it is.
But if y'all take a quick read to make sure, I think I put everything.
Is this the same?
I was thinking it's something.
This the same?
Same, I just made it bigger.
Thank you.
A little bit of,
That's what we agreed on. I'm gonna read that right at the
Should
beginning.
have done it earlier, but
that's all right.
but we probably do need to adopt it into our bylaw.
I'm gonna read it into it and then we need to vote on it.
Look, take it part of your bylaw.
Jim, I haven't gotten all the way through this, but are we, defining who is, are we defining who is,
All right, we go back into regular session. The first appointment that we're gonna have is for the TLAC board. Do we have any nominations?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I would like to nominate Bob Kamisha for another one-year term, please.
Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Numerous. We need a roll call, or can we just do a voice? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Western Virginia Regional Industrial Facility Authority. We did an alternate on that. Steve Sandy has been nominated for that. Someone want to make a motion?
Make a motion.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
That takes care of that. Madam Clerk, that's the only two we had?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll go into our evening session, and for a previous advertised public hearing, I'll ask Mr. Sandy. He's already up there. Floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Light public hearing session as far as one scheduled public hearing this evening for a special use permit. And you see the information here on the screen. It's an application of Brenda McManaway. You may remember a couple months back, Mrs. McManaway approached the board about the desire to build duplex in agriculture A1 zoning area. And so at the direction of the board, we went back and amended the zoning ordinance to make that an allowable use by special use permit in the A1 zoning district. She followed that up with her request for that special use permit, and that's the reason for the public hearing here tonight. And she actually has about a 30-acre parcel that she's looking to create a 2-acre parcel out of that to build this duplex, and I'll give you a little bit more of the details relative to that site. Again, it is zoned agriculture, and it's in the 5500 block of Bethlehem Road. Property you'll see on the map coming up that has 5 acres of cleared land. It has a pond. There are no other real structures on the property at this time of that 30 acres. The units of the duplex, about 1976 square feet, so around 2,000 square feet, 2 bedrooms, living room, dining room, kitchen is what's proposed. Property owner intends to have it on a 2-acre tract near the front of the property along Bethlehem Road. And just site map here, just to kind of indicate, just town of Boone's Mill and just a couple miles out Bethlehem Road. This is the parcel here. Again, is roughly about 30-acre piece of property that she has, and looking to put it up in this area. And you'll see on the aerial the pond on the property. If you travel that road very often, you probably know this location. But generally in this area of the property here, with the driveway coming off of Bethlehem Road. This is just a sketch that was provided as what the intention of the duplex would be to look like, and the floor plan similar to that. So you have an idea of kind of the type of construction that's being proposed here. You do have staff report on this, and just to point out a few things in the staff analysis, there are, if you go back, while there are no dwellings here on this property, you can see across the road here, there's a number of smaller lots here with units on it. And so even as you head a little further down, you have some of these probably 1 acre or less lots here as well that have some lots on them. So it's kind of a transitional residential area, if you will, in this area. So there are some other housing units in the area. This duplex is not proposed to have any real impact on the natural landscape. Just will point out, and I know Ms. Smith mentioned it earlier as well, the Housing Summit, that we've had that regional housing study, which has pointed out to us that there is a need, that we do need a variety of housing types in a variety of areas throughout the county. And so this would help, in a small way, meet that need for a housing need that is evident in the county. There were no public comments at the Planning Commission meeting, and the Planning Commission has recommended approval of this request for the special use permit with 5 conditions. I'll just briefly cover those. It would be authorizing a duplex on the tax parcel, the 30-acre parcel. It will have to divide off a minimum 2-acre lot to meet the zoning requirements. And the duplex would be, that is built, will be in substantial conformance with the plan that you saw, kind of showing that typical style that was submitted. Number 2, just points back to the zoning ordinance that you've got to meet those requirements. Number 3, we want to make sure that both the units on there have proper addressing, and so when public safety may need to come, they know which side is which of the units. Didn't mention it earlier, but of course here, because there is no public water and sewer, they would be on well and septic, and they would need to have that approved by the health department for a 4-bedroom duplex. And condition number 4 would limit this total number of bedrooms for this unit to 4 total bedrooms, so 2 in each duplex. And then the final condition is that the duplex should not be used for short-term rentals. And so I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Ms. McManaway is here, and she may want to make a few comments as well.
Any questions? On the board? All right, no questions. We'll go into open session. Is anybody in the audience like to address this? State your name and your address, please, for the board.
Brenda McManaway, 5531 Bethlehem Road, Boone's Mill. I have spoken to you several times, so I really don't have anything else to add, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Anyone have any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manaway.
Going back into open session there. Anybody got any comments or anything? If not,
I don't think there's
in the
anyone
Boone
signed
District.
up to.
Anybody outside?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move the
I'll go ahead.
approval. I move the approval of the special use permit.
In with the 5,
Excuse me?
with the 5,
With the 5 conditions. Let me read the motion. I find that, let's see, hang on, yeah. I find that such use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, and that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to construct a duplex with 5 conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
seeing none. All in favor signify by, or do you want a roll call? You voice, all in favor by signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, same. Seeing none, passes unanimously. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have no more? That's all we have on the public hearing?
Yes, the business meeting.
All right. All right, now we're going to open the meeting up now for our public comment. Prior to the public comment, I need to read this. This is what the board in our last organizational meeting, we all adopted, and it was put together, and it needs to be approved tonight. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity. Each one of you should have a copy of this. He just gave it to you. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing with matters appropriate for the responsibility of the board. Only citizens who are residents of Franklin County or property owners in Franklin County are eligible to address the board during the public comment period. The board will provide a 15-minute period on the 1:30 p.m. agenda of its regular scheduled monthly meeting, during which eligible citizens can sign up to address the board in person. The board will include a second public comment period at the end of its regular scheduled monthly meeting for further public comment in person. If the number of eligible citizens wishing to address the board exceeds the previously mentioned 15 minutes, each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes for their comment. If several eligible citizens have requested an opportunity to address the board on the same issue, then they agree to appoint one of their number as spokesman and request that the board allow that spokesperson to speak for 5 minutes by giving up their opportunity to speak. The chair of the Board of Supervisors has the ultimate authority to manage the time that the board allocates for public comment. The chair's authority includes, but is not limited to, limited public comment to one person per side on position of a topic, shortening the time that each speaker has to speak, and are waiving any of the public comment provisions when appropriate and or necessary. The chair may act in accordance with this authority or at the request of a majority of the board. We will have a sign-up sheet out front that Madam Clerk will have charge of. She will call off the names that will come forward at that time, give their name and address, and their 3 minutes will start. Any comment or question from the board? This is what we all agreed on last, do we need to vote on that again? Is that what you were, do you need, or just a consensus vote?
Bylaws without this.
Sir,
We voted for that.
we already voted for it the one time.
Good.
That's good enough?
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, will you call the first name, please?
Mr.
Hold on
Gray?
just a minute.
Mr. Chair, we just need to make sure we take that up.
Did we not vote on that already?
Not the changes.
I thought we did.
Item 3 on the consent agenda?
That was item 3 on the service agenda. That was the first one. Madam Clerk, did we not vote and approve the new ones on item 3 of the consent agenda?
You did that, that was before we took the votes on the budget.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Burnett did not just.
Thank you. All right. Will you call the first name, please?
Mr. Greg Maxwell.
Will you take your mask off, please? There you go. We're down. Thank you.
I know y'all don't like the Eagles, man, but
State your name and address for the record, please.
Gregory Maxwell. I live in the Snow Creek District.
Thank you.
Hi again. It's Greg Maxwell coming to you from Rocky Mount. So today, as I worked, I decided to listen to the meeting this morning. I just have a few things I want to I guess, add to what Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Tatum said today. So to expand upon what you heard from them today, I actually have learned quite a bit and have enjoyed the time I've spent with the diversity group as well. So I came in today to give you a little more context. I sought out similar endeavors to the community center that Mr. Mitchell talked about today, and then I found a community very similar to ours. It was Crest Butte, Colorado. I had found that it had a similar population, similar demographics, also similar median income, and a vibrant tourist location nearby comparable to Smith Mountain Lake. What I also found is that having a community center decreased their substance abuse cases by 35%, netting the county a net savings of over $200,000 a year. This benefited the county because they were able to turn that savings into programs benefiting their residents. What I also found is that the county was able to fund their affordable housing programs using this savings. Also, by working with developments, they were also enabled to enact programs to further their affordable housing agenda. Now, I say all of that to say this. There are multiple benefits from a community center, and it's something our residents want. I suggested the idea to members of the Snow Creek community online, and from that post, I received 216 comments, most of which were in support of the idea. With that being said, I do ask that the board continue to listen to not only our group, but others in the community, and to support this committee's further developments and ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Greg.
brother.
We don't want that Eagles stuff.
It's not this right
Now
here.
that I'll take, yeah.
Madam
Next, we'll
Clerk.
have Mr. David Watson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Watson. I live at 4020 Hatchet Road in Pinhook. Yes, sir. I'm here to talk about will you speak into that, please? Okay. I'm here to talk about the ATV track that's opened up on Museville. Most of this track runs parallel to my property. It sounds, when they run the ATVs, they sound like they're in the living room with me. The parking lot that they use shines all the headlights into my house. I can't ride my horses because they panic. They just go to the end of the pasture and stare. I can sneak up on them and slap them on the butt and they'll never know I was there. That's how intense it is. The runoff from their ATV tracks is starting to run silt down my property to an 2-acre pond that we have. We had the guy out there for the county erosion control today, and there's about 2 inches of soot heading for my lake. There's a whole bunch of people out here getting ready to speak against this thing because nobody's getting any rest. I know that you don't have to have a permit to have, there's no zoning in the area. But one person should not have the right to make so many lives miserable. My wife has to calm me down at night when this track runs because I'm ready to run out there and she'll start shooting that place up. I can't, my nerves are frayed, and my neighbors are the same way. There's a lot more people going to speak that can speak a little bit more eloquently than I can. But I appreciate if you guys can look into this some. It is driving the neighborhood nuts. There are people out there who hate the track. I've talked to all the neighbors, but are just too afraid to say anything. So, some people are not going to show up even though they hate it. I'm not sure what else to say, but that's all I have right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have Mr. Don Vineyard.
I don't think so.
Good evening, all. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Say hello to Ronnie Mitchell, who is my supervisor and the one who encouraged me to come and visit you tonight. My name is Don Vineyard, and I live on 5 Mile Mountain Road in Callaway. I'm a proud resident of Franklin County. I love the county, and I'm here because of that. I want to first of all commend you all for the work you've done over the last 10 months. I know it's been a terrible, terrible time all over the country, all over the world, and you guys have persevered and done a wonderful job, and I appreciate that. I'm not here to ask anything of you except for your attention for a few minutes and maybe a possibility to offer some help. About 10 days ago, I got a call from a friend of mine who's on several civic groups with me, and I know that Mike Carter has had some conversations with this gentleman, and we have had some concern because we are at the vulnerable age. My friend is a little older than I, but we are of the vulnerable crowd, and I notice that some of you are as well. This COVID-19 thing is just unbelievably difficult. Even as we speak, there's a memorial going on right now in Washington for the 400,000 Americans who have died. Now, I understand that it's not your purview. I know that the Virginia Department of Health and the health departments all around the country are doing so, but I would like to point out, as my friend pointed out to me, you're not in this alone, and there are people out here in the community who would love to be of service to help you as we go through the ridiculously difficult logistics of getting shots in arms. I did have a conversation with Captain Ferguson, and we both agreed that there may be a role for those of us who are citizens out in the county. I don't know what that role is, but I'm here to offer to you the opportunity to use us if you think it's worthwhile. Just a few statistics I got today off the Virginia Department of Health website. We have a population of 56,000, as you know. There are now 300 cases in the county, 28 so far dead, 95 hospitalized. Only 1,373 people have gotten their first dose, and a grand total of 79 have been fully dosed with both vaccination shots. And that, you just can look at the numbers and say that's going to take years to get everybody, or at least the number that we need to get community immunity done. So just realistically speaking, we have to hurry up. Time is of the essence because lives are literally at stake. Again, I reiterate, it's not your responsibility, but I came here to seek information and offer you support. The dashboard was down for a good long time today. You saw probably in today's Roanoke Times the difficulty with getting good numbers. My time up?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. Staff, if you will talk with Mr. Whitlow, and you stated you've already talked with Mr. Ferguson.
Yes.
We thank you for your offer to help, and they can put you on the right where that is.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
your time.
Thank
Thank you
you
so much, Don, for offering. I really
Thank you, Ronnie.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Pat Brooks.
How are you, sir?
Good evening. My name's Pascal Brooks. I own 170 acres at the end of Adkins Road in Snow Creek District. I'm here to complain about the Atkins Farm ATV Park, and I'd like some answers if I can get it. Number one, I don't know how this can happen without any input or anything from the board or from the county or from tax-paying residents. This has completely changed the whole area. It's loud, it's boisterous, it's degrading. It's ruining the road that I live at the end of. I had to, the weekend of the New Year's, it took me 45 minutes to get to my farm, and it's a half-a-mile road. I want to know why there's no licensing. There's no nothing. I mean, I can't have my family together for Christmas. But these people can have 870 people on a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of New Year's, and that's perfectly okay. Where's Franklin County Health Department? We're all sitting here with masks on and 6 feet apart and the whole 9 yards, and these people are serving food and hanging out. How does this happen? How does this happen? And I understand now through a source that Ronnie Wilson, who was a zoning guy, went down last week without notification to anybody that I'm aware of and unilaterally made the decision that there's no ENS required. They're tearing this place up all day long. I've got videos. I can show you videos of what they did to Museville Road, to Atkins Road, and nobody's doing anything. And you're going to tell me that there's no ENS, that they haven't destroyed 10,000 square feet? That's 100 by 100. Their own Facebook page claims that they have 24 miles of trails. Now, if they were 4 feet wide, I'm sure everyone here can do the math. It's way more than 100 square feet, although, or 10,000 square feet. But your zoning guy said, no, well, I think, this has probably been existing, which is baloney. I watched this guy for months with a bulldozer.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
If you'd like to see any videos, I'd be glad to send to anybody.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Brooks, can you email those to the supervisors? Every supervisor has an email that's on the county website.
I'll be happy to.
If you'd like to email those, I'd like to see.
I will be happy to show you.
Thank
you.
Some of the language you will see in it, the response from participants there that were in the roadway, it's not the nicest, but I will be happy to send you this unedited.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Donnie Frazier.
Evening.
Good evening.
Good
Donald Frazier, 16625 Snow Creek Road, Pinhook.
Can you pull your mask down,
Sorry.
please?
There you go.
Habit. I hear opposing the Atkins ATV Park. Since the park has been in operation, as you've heard from some people already, the park has operated in violation of the special use permit that they got in Pennsylvania County that they didn't have to get in Franklin County because of the no zoning in the area. The activities at the park caused surface water runoff, creeks muddied. They tried to tell them to put bridges up. The water is still eroding into the Pig River, which ends up, downstream. The park activities have caused destruction, damage to roadways. 890 has become a four-wheeler. They ride four-wheelers up and down 890 now. State maintained road, paved, obviously everybody knows where it's at. They ride them up and down the road like it's no problem. The traffic is absolutely outrageous. You can't even get into your driveway if you can get on the road to your house. They use my area to turn around in when they get tired of standing in line. They just use my, I've got a big circle area in front of my house that they just turn around in, get back in line so they can get into Atkins Road, which is so jammed up. The park does not enforce necessary safety rules, practices, kids riding. And to say the least, the noise is absolutely outrageous. You guys cannot imagine how this is. I've hunted all my life. You cannot hunt, and not that that's the issue here, but if we can't do things that we used to be able to do because of one individual lives in a county there's no zoning, why should we suffer for what he did? And he wants to have a four-wheeler trail, and everybody else can't do what they want to do or enjoy the things they used to enjoy until he started this. Not to mention, it's something worth mentioning, but the property value. If you're not going to sell your property what the county's got it assessed for, with a four-wheeler park running Thursday through Sunday at this point, and talking about raising that more. So I think I need to be here to at least let the board know what is going on. If you're not aware of that, we're concerned with the insurance. Do they have insurance? Do they have enough insurance to cover if somebody gets unfortunately killed or dismembered or paralyzed? And if the county's aware of that, is the county, they're not doing anything to prevent it. Is the county, do they have some responsibility in that? I don't know that. I would like to leave some petitions that we do have signed
You can leave your petitions with the clerk, sir.
Okay.
We thank you very much for your time, your concerns.
Thank you, Donnie.
Thank you for hearing me.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Next, we have Mr. Barrett Lucy.
Good evening, Barrett Lucy, attorney on behalf
Can
of
you remove your
Bruce.
mask, sir, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. Barrett Lucy, attorney on behalf of Bruce and Susan Castor, Kaster. Mr. and Mrs. Castor have property that adjoins the ATV park in Franklin County. It's a 52.6 acre tract. I appreciate Mr. Chairman and the other members allowing me to speak on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Castor. I know there's a policy that's sometimes not allowed, but we appreciate it here. Mr. and Mrs. Castor in Florida, they wish they could be here themselves. This ATV park is a real problem for these neighboring property owners, and Mr. Castor, who has not been to the property yet, he will once he's vaccinated, has looked at the videos, has looked at the Facebook pages and pictures, has looked at the neighboring property owners' pictures and listened to the comments and problems out there. And those videos, I understand the board does not yet have those videos, are going to demonstrate to you without any question that this ATV park cannot continue to exist at this level in any way or form. There are out-of-state people showing up on Atkins Road. The road goes on forever and ever with the line of these cars and trailers and ATV. There hasn't been any erosion sediment controls as far as we can tell based on the pictures. The pictures also seem to show that there's some alcohol being drank at the property. At least the pictures appear to show that, which would be a problem under the special use permit that Pittsylvania County issued. There's also many questions about this, what type of insurance is in place here. How can these people, particularly the Castors, enjoy this property in any respect, in any way, under those conditions? And it is very frustrating, as you can imagine, to the Castors to see what they've invested their life money into in this property, then all of a sudden to have this activity thrown upon them. No notice was provided to Mr. and Mrs. Castor, just so you know. This was not a case where Mr. and Mrs. Castor just waited to see what happened. No notice was provided at all. It is a legitimate problem. And anyone in that Snow Creek district, where I believe Mr. Mitchell's area is, representation, that's connected to the ATV park, has had their entire use of their properties connected there turned upside down. And it should not continue. Thank you. Any questions?
No, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Bridget Craighead next.
Hello.
Hi.
I am Bridget Craighead, and I live at 33 Hollyfield Road, Rocky Mount, Virginia. This is for you, Mr. Mike Carter, and to the rest of the board in general. I am a citizen of Rocky Mount, Virginia, and I am the president of Black Lives Matter, Franklin County. When we held our peaceful protest over the summer with elderly and children, the Franklin County militia were out there with their AK-47s. And we were supposedly being protected by the same policemen that participated in the insurrection of our government. Therefore, I would like to know how you will hold Rocky Mount Police Force accountable for their unlawful action. And how will you protect all of the citizens of Rocky Mount from terrorists?
Ma'am, your questions that you're asking need to be addressed to the town of Rocky Mount. This Franklin County does not have any authority over Rocky Mount. Now, you may be able to also may with the sheriff's office, but that's where that's at.
May I say something?
Sure.
I understand that that's not your jurisdiction, but I I was asking because Mike Carter does represent Rocky Mount District, and I would like to know how all y'all will, hold people accountable for their action. That is just my question for you all.
I have no control over the Rocky Mount Police Department. I have no say-so. I provide them with no funding. That's a town of Rocky Mount issue, not a Franklin County Board issue. I'm sorry. I can't hold them responsible. I have nothing to say over that department.
You having the position that you have, you can stand up and, take that leadership and hold them accountable. You can do that if you wanted to.
I assume I could, but, I sort of go by the rule, innocent until proven guilty. I don't know anything about exactly what they've done. I'm waiting for the trial to proceed.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. That's the answer. We have no control over the town of Boone's Mill at all. That is the answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Milton Terry.
Thank you.
My name is Milton Terry, and I'm here yet protesting about the statue. And y'all know that statue needs to be moved. Because y'all see, it's time to cut you apart. It's for the time apart. And it don't make no sense. Y'all want to keep a statue of a man that was against slavery. It's not right. And y'all know it's not right. It's time for a change. And y'all had the power to do it, to take the statue down. But y'all showed y'all's cowardice. And that's just like that lady there. You don't realize that that man, what he represents. If he had his way, you wouldn't be able to take a vote. That's something you need to think about. You was in the same boat that my grandfather and my father and that I'm in today. That they don't want my vote to count. And it's not right. The President of the United States can take and say that I can't vote, that my vote shouldn't count. It's not right. And y'all is backing him up by letting that statue stand up there. That statue shouldn't be there. It's time for it to come down. And y'all know it. And y'all ought to be man enough and woman enough to stand up for the right of the people. Ain't now one of y'all up there to represent me, to represent none of the black people. That's something else y'all need to think about. Y'all grandfathers took and raped black women and stuff. That's the reason I got this light skin. That was y'all's grandfathers that let that out of the bag. And I shouldn't have to take and fight for my rights. I should just have just as much rights as y'all have. But y'all can't see it. Y'all want to judge me by the color of my skin, not by my character. You want to judge me by the color of my skin. It's not right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ron, could we ask Mr. Lucy to send us Did we ask Mr. Lucy to send us his
He's-
lawyer?
Yeah, he was,
Oh, God.
the lawyer, Mr. Lucy, to send his films that
He said he had films too. I'd love to see.
Chairman Thompson, I can reach out to him if you would.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Eddie C.
Hello, my name is Eddie C. I live at 4556.
If you take your mask off, please, sir.
Sure. I live at 4556 Henry Road, Henry, Virginia. I'm here tonight to share a letter written by Franklin County Voters Matter to officials of the town of Rocky Mount. I realize that you may not have jurisdiction over the matter itself. However, after reading, I will request that the board do something in response.
Sir, this board has no jurisdiction or no authority over the town of Rocky Mount or its citizens at all, nothing.
And I did say that, but I'm going to ask you to do something in response to the letter.
Go ahead.
Okay. Dear Ms. Dillon and all Rocky Mount town officials, Franklin County Voters Matter is an organization made up of over 500 interested people who live in Rocky Mount and Franklin County or have connections to the town of Rocky Mount. We're concerned about the recent events involving 2 policemen on the police force in Rocky Mount. While we respect the freedom of speech that our Constitution provides, we cannot ignore the behaviors of these public officials as they participated in an insurrection against our U.S. government. Public comment by these individuals before the insurrection confirmed their reasons for being there on January 6th. Therefore, we're asking for the immediate firing of these individuals and their being removed from the taxpayers' responsibility. We cannot continue to condone these behaviors. Further, we are asking that the police chief, Ken Kreiner, and the town manager, C. James Irving, resign their post immediately because of the alleged cover-up of these employees' illegal activities. This is a very emotional and serious time in the existence of Rocky Mount and Franklin County. Let us continue to provide opportunities for continued progress and growth by demanding integrity in our local governments. Now, because of these actions by public officials, we ask that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors go on record in opposition to the violent insurrection in Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021. Respectfully submitted.
We have Ms. Kimberly Johnson.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Kimberly Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, will you speak into the mic, please?
Can you hear me?
Better,
Do I need to state my address?
please.
1815 Ferrum Mountain Road, Ferrum, Virginia.
Thank you.
I'm here this evening because, well, we all saw what happened at the Capitol building and continue to see what's happening there. Many unsettling things happened, part of which was to see the Confederate flag flown there. Another one was to see the American flag taken down and the Trump flag put up. Some things have happened, obviously, in our community that we are all aware of and have affected all of us. And I guess I'm here because I would like to know that the leadership in Franklin County pledges their allegiance to one flag, the American flag. And I would also like to know that our police department and sheriff's department do the same thing. I have great fears for our community at this point because of things that are going on in Henrico County. And the placing of watermelon and chicken in front of people's houses to designate them as black people for Proud Boys and others to come and get. I would hope that this board will take that seriously and understand how close it is and that there have been death threats made. I have experienced them, and I understand it's because I speak out, and I don't feel like I deserve them. But That is the element that we are dealing with, very violent. And maybe boys will just be boys. Maybe people have a lot of bravado. But I think we saw otherwise on the 6th and continue to see. And certainly with the National Guard everywhere and everything that's going on, I know we feel safe in our little Franklin County, but I have heard and see things that make me not feel so safe. And I hope that this board and all the leadership in Franklin County will understand that and understand that there are many histories of people here and many kinds of people here, and that there are people here in danger right now. And so I hope that you will value those of us who have come and done things in peaceable manners, have protested peaceably, have spoken peaceably, have followed peaceably, and that when the other people who are not doing that, that you will not give them a voice at the table as loud as ours.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We have Miss Mariah Moore.
Good evening, Board. My name is Mariah Moore of Rocky Mount. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you this evening. I am not going to directly blame what happened at the Capitol building on Confederate statues, but you don't have to be 11 to see Confederate soldiers and the action of those storming the Capitol both represent treasonous attempts to destroy the Constitution. It is time for the nation to start healing, and I hope you will assist with that by relocating the Confederate monument from in front of the courthouse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Glenna Moore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. I believe in the hope of America. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore, and I am a resident of Franklin County. Over Larry's 25 years of military service, curious non-Southern friends would ask me, what was it like to grow up Black in the South? It was challenging to describe rural Franklin County, Virginia to them, Black and white farmers working together, but following Southern segregation policies. My friends were shocked to hear that as late as the 1980s, there were neighborhoods in Franklin County and streets in Rocky Mount that were off limits to Blacks. Franklin Heights, Beverly Hills subdivisions, Taliaferro, Maple, Church, and Claiborne Avenues, just to name a few. I told them about two famous, well-educated, world-traveled African Americans born in Franklin County, Booker T. Washington and Adam Clayton Powell Sr. Sadly, at the height of their national notoriety, neither of these men could come home to the county of their birth and sleep or eat at white-owned hotels or restaurants. I shared that in 1965, the federal government finally forced Franklin County to at least start desegregation of public schools. Some white families responded by sending their children to private schools. I was among the first 14 Black students to enroll in Franklin County Junior High and high school. Treatment was often harsh and degrading, as we were spat at, called niggas and coons, white students holding their noses as we walked by, and sometimes having to fight just to get a seat on the school bus. I told my military friends about the Confederate monument on our courthouse lawn. The statue gave a clear signal to citizens that the Civil War and Jubal Early may be over and dead, but Jim Crow is alive and well. I lived in town, and I can still picture my mother's frown each time she had to face the statue before making a turn at the courthouse. I now realize that statue to my mother was a reminder of the Confederate units and soldiers that fought to keep her grandparents enslaved, and the white supremacy policies that made her a second-class citizen. Lastly, I described as a little girl the terrorizing night my family was traveling Route 122 and witnessed a Ku Klux Klan rally, complete with white robes, burning cross, and Confederate flags. And that's a snapshot of my growing up Black in the South.
Mr. Larry Moore.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Larry Moore, and I live in Rocky Mount, Virginia. America witnessed two events this week that showed us that this country needs healing. This county made the national news in the attempted overthrow of our democracy. Two of our very own protectors participating, and we saw the rebel flag flying in the heart of our democracy. If these events did nothing else, they should tell us that we need a new direction. We need to end the Civil War. We need to remove the last vintages of a time that placed a dark shadow on our country. Let's move that statue and start the healing process now so that our grandchildren will not have to fight this battle again. Thank you.
Chairman Thompson, I believe that we have listened to all the speakers who have signed up, and the sheriff's office has asked outside. Nobody else is here to speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to ask staff for just a moment a couple questions. These folks have come in and asked about the four-wheeler track, and I'm thinking they're gonna want some answers, and staff needs to answer them. But because what kind of a leeway or what is available because it is a non-zoned district? I mean, they had an opportunity to be zoned, I think, in 1986 when everybody else did, and they chose not to. I mean, what's available now? Can they go back and do a referendum or something to get zoning on there? But if they did, the ones that are there now would be grandfathered in, would they not? And I mean, the environmental part, that's entirely up to the environmental people that do that. As far as the traffic, that's up to the state police, VDOT, Sheriff's Department, all of that. So, I mean, our hands are tied, are they not?
Would it fall under the common nuisance ordinance under the county code?
The way our nuisance ordinance is set up, it's set up as a violation, but it's not something that we necessarily pursue.
It'd be,
That's where I want the sheriff's department, I know that it's overall. And as far as it falling under, it might take a stretch. Frankly, it ought to be, but the language of it is not as.
would you remove your mask, please? Thank you.
I'm sorry. I don't think that we can pursue the nuisance ordinance because I think that it is a misdemeanor, and either the landowners would have to swear out a warrant, or the sheriff's department would have to have someone witness it. That's the rule for law enforcement, as you know.
Right.
once the thing gets started, presumably the noise, if it's as bad as they say, violates our noise ordinance part of the nuisance. But then again, it also, we have an exemption for businesses. So, you know, it's just not as clear as I would like it to be. And maybe, well, I won't say that. Every time I've gone down the noise road, it's just become a quagmire with other jurisdictions trying to create a viable. Frankly, as many of them as there are, with at least one of them having an attorney, it seems to me that maybe a civil action is the way to go. That it would be a civil nuisance and that the homeowner should band together, hire the attorney, and file the suit. You know, there is a
For nuisance against,
a cause of action for creating a nuisance.
if the board's in agreement, I mean, they've asked for, some guidance. Our hands are tied. We may just send a letter to the attorney that our hands are tied and, maybe express that or to that effect, but what is, Jim, what can be done if these, 3 districts, 4 districts that are not zoned want it to become zoned? I mean, we've talked about 2 things today that affects the zoning. I'm not saying, I'm not condoning, nor am I cutting down zoning. I'm just talking about it. One of them was the solar farms, that if they want to go down there, that they can pretty much do what they want to. That's what the people, that's why they voted for no zoning. What's the process for them for zoning?
Well, I mean, I guess presumably, obviously I wasn't around in '86, the referendum was done simply to determine which districts wanted it and which didn't. But it's
Right.
not required, to my knowledge.
It was voted on. I remember, it was each, it went, I'm pretty sure it went to every district throughout the county, to every voting precinct, and then the ones that voted it in, then they voted it down. They were gonna put a landfill in over off Edwardsville Road, some private contractors, which was within 5 miles of my house. And man, that went through the community like, dose of castor oil, and then it was throughout the rest of the county. There was different things. Now, I'm really going back a long ways and dating myself, but all the rest of them, you know, there was, I'm sure, stories, and that was what happened. And some had voted, they didn't want zoning, some wanted zoning for the protection, but now we're starting to get it. And is that something, I don't know, I'm asking you, the rest of you supervisors.
Who has the authority?
I mean, is that something you want to address now and talk about, or just want to leave it alone and let the chips fall where they may?
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of comments. One is the people that voted for no zoning in Snow Creek are not there. And for a couple of years, I've been thinking, I think the people would be in some ways happy to have zoning. And I wonder if there's some way we could present it to them and find out what the public wanted.
Public hearing. The problem, though, is those, as you said, that are in existence, you can't zone out of existence. They're gonna be
It would
grandfathered.
only be applicable to the non-zone districts.
Well, but if it's already happening, it's grandfathered. We can't stop.
Correct. But you can stop anything in the future.
Right. And if it ever ceased for 2 years, then we can stop.
Say that again?
Well, if you are a grandfathered use and there's a pause in your use for 2 years, then you don't get to be grandfathered.
Yeah, you were here, you were the attorney then, about a year ago when that happened over there in the Boone District, the motocross.
Yeah.
And that was cut out, and that The whole thing was the zoning.
Because they were fortunate that they were zoned.
Incidentally, that farm is just right across the road from where they wanted to put that landfill in. It really, just now come to me. But anyway,
I have a question.
yes, sir.
If, would they not have to get a special use permit from Pennsylvania County?
They already
They already
did.
have one.
Well, look like to me, they need to fall back on, enough complaints to get it withdrawn.
In Pennsylvania County,
Yeah.
but not Franklin County.
I think the citizens here tonight all live in Franklin County.
Do what?
I think everybody that spoke tonight lives in Franklin County. I knew most of them, so.
And I don't think Pennsylvania County, that they actually ran any. And the houses on that property in Pennsylvania County are almost non-existent, other than up on the road. Because, it's owned by the same people that are running it.
Mr. Carter?
I think the least the county can do is recheck this erosion and sedimentation down there. We got in trouble out there at Summit View Business Park over a minor thing.
We sure
If
did.
they're crossing streams and they've got sedimentation going into the Pig River, then they've got problems that can be addressed by DEQ. And
That's what I told them when they called me. I said, you need to get DEQ, you need to get your insurance, find out who's got insurance. And how come it's if they have that many people, how come it's no public utilities as far as bathrooms and stuff? There's several things they can get them on, but just think about it.
Yeah, one of the problems is gonna be though, getting onto the property for the inspection.
well, evidently, we've sent Ronnie Wilson down there, and he said they didn't need an ENS. I don't know. I think maybe that could be reviewed.
Well, but I think there's another record that says he did go.
Yeah, it says he went down there, but they said he told them they didn't need anything.
Yeah. So, the other possibility would be to have, discuss this thing that happened on New Year's didn't just occur out of the blue. So,
One guy said it was advertised on the website. He was talking about how there wasn't enough land for the tracks that they said they had.
So one of the things may be to watch the website and then, work ahead of time with the sheriff to make arrangements perhaps to cover overtime or whatever that would be necessary. Organize a bunch of officers, they're down there blocking the road, go down en masse and, take care of business. You want to do that, but a couple of times people stop frequenting the place.
Write tickets for parking on the highway.
Well, if they're blocking the highway, you can tow them.
Yeah.
If they had 800 some people down there, that's a whole lot for Snow Creek. That's almost the population there.
Well, I don't think y'all are familiar with it, but down the road a couple miles is a bridge.
Yep.
Goes over into Thomas District. They were lined from the road up there, goes in at Atkins Park, all the way to that bridge.
What were they doing? Parking the trucks and then getting the four-wheelers off and going
That's what
down?
they said, I don't know.
That's what he said tonight, they were driving on the road. So they were
Well,
parking.
that's
and
a
driving.
violation that,
Like I said, watch the website, and they post it again. Send them down.
Problem is you can't have, you're gonna have to have extra guys on the shift because you can't send your shift down there and then you don't have anybody. So you're gonna have to, work out some arrangement where you agree to pay for the overtime or something and call people in. But gosh, the fines would pay for it.
Major,
I'm not real sure. I guess that's what I'm asking you. Is what authority does this board have for doing any of that?
If we don't have any authority, you'd have to request it and hope that the sheriff agrees to
And
it.
that's what, and hope that everybody agrees to it. I mean, if the citizens start calling it, that's a whole nother thing.
Well, we've been getting calls on it. I've been
If
getting
you
calls
don't have
on
a
it
man,
since it
I
started.
mean, if you're not, if you haven't planned ahead for that particular weekend and the citizens call and you send one officer down there,
Major Sigmund,
I mean, you know, you can't, you're gonna have to go enforce.
You've heard the conversation that we have, and is this something that y'all could help us out with? Maybe monitor their website or whatever they have, and if they have a big event coming up.
Yes,
maybe.
we've had staff be a part of some of those meetings and went down there. We were unaware of the event that the New Year's event, so we were not monitoring that. But traffic is something we can look into and enforce.
Y'all didn't get any calls or anything?
Over that weekend, I don't know of any active calls, but
Okay.
we weren't aware of it prior to.
So it wasn't bad enough to call them at the time?
We found out about it. It was several calls afterwards, yes, sir.
After the fact?
That week, yes.
Okay. And shut the gate after the horses get out.
And Mr. Glenn, on the noise ordinance, is that amplified sound that the ATVs would not fall in line with?
Yeah, it only covers amplified sound.
So the noise of the four-wheelers is a little bit problematic, but as far as enforcement of the road, Virginia State Police. I'm sorry?
Traffic.
Maybe we should look that part.
We don't.
But we ain't. Thank you, sir.
We'll be looking into it, sir.
Thank you, sir. One more question, Mr. Gwynn. What is involved, what we have to do, I think you already answered it, but just for clarification. If we want to go and talk about the non-zone districts to have a public hearing, see what they want to do, and then it go to a referendum be voted on?
I would have to double check. I've
Okay.
never been in a situation where there was, but I've never been in a jurisdiction that didn't already have the zoning. But I was under the impression that the Board of Supervisors they could appoint itself and pass the ordinance without a referendum. I'll double check.
It had to be voted on before.
Did it, or was it an advisory referendum?
I can't answer that. I know I voted
Yeah, it may have been advisory.
just to see if, sort of like what we did with I'm with you.
Right, because, politically, that's the quickest way to figure out if somebody really wants it.
Well, is that okay with everybody for staff to look into that and to bring us back a report on what's, and then we can have a little talk about it and see what the pleasure is? I think we're getting a consensus, yes, to do that.
Yeah, I don't think it'll hurt.
It certainly wouldn't hurt anything.
I would like to say, and I think Mr. Whitlow will back me up on this, on my end of the county, if I vote in favor of zoning, y'all won't see me again.
And I'm sure that's why there was an advisory referendum.
I will disappear.
Yeah, they'll find me in.
Well, you know, probably though, I know what you're saying, Tim, and you're absolutely right. And they would have said the same thing down in Leland's district, but you let something come in, and then here you go. Here you go. And I mean, right now, the proactive part as a supervisor, well, I'm just telling you, here it is, and it's your call, but
I'm with
wow,
Tim. I ain't messing with
I mean, same thing with yours, Ron.
I think, you talk about the ones zoned, but best I remember was that it was just brought up for the lake. In other words, our districts. Zone was not intended for the rest of the county. There was so much going on the lake that they decided that they need to do some type of zone because people put building shacks and doing this and doing that. So the other part of the county was not represented in that zone, the best I remember. Yeah. It was just the lake community that was represented, because I think Mr. Mike, can't think of Mike's last name, he was on the board of supervisors, Union Hall District, and I thought they was gonna hang him. I was there that night, and it's true what they said. On one side of the auditorium was sneakers and sweaters, on the other side of the room was boots and overalls. I'll never forget it. I remember it just as good as yesterday, because I was with my dad that night. And people getting up, speaking about it, Dad looked at me and said, "You gonna speak?" I said, "No, I got friends in here. I ain't gonna get it."
The thing is,
was just that.
Well, that's the way it was.
Yeah.
No, well,
is
Boone was in
exactly
the lake too.
what Tim said. if we had supported it, back then, we wouldn't be here.
That's right. That's
And,
right.
Ms. Smith, if you'll excuse me, the lake was a bad word. You didn't talk about it over on that side of the road.
Well, I tell you, best I remember, like I said, I can't remember Mike's last name. He was board supervisor, Union Harbor. They had to escort him out, so if people want to get hands on him. I'll never forget that. Never forget.
It was
Just the way it was.
it was very controversial back then.
Yeah.
All right, well, I guess,
One quick comment.
yes, sir.
We've got two instances in the Snow Creek District. We got all them buses over on 220, which we can't do a thing about. We've got a track down at Snow Creek, basically we're hand tied. And I think a majority of the people down there probably would not raise too much about it if we got zoned. But now the older people, I don't know.
But the one thing now, if I'm understanding right, whatever's there now would probably be grandfathered in.
Absolutely.
Been an interesting day, has it not? All right, well, nothing else. We will adjourn till the Broadband Authority meeting, February the 2nd at 3 o'clock.
February 2nd.